The fair kingdom of Estenia is separated from the rest of the northern kingdoms by the Midland Sea and the Great Desert. Its craggy bluffs and rolling green hills are home to a land of plenty. The famous Marengo sheep graze on open pastures, and silver pines grow in patches of ancient fay woods still present within the kingdom, producing the finest ships of the modern age. However, at present, Estenia is a kingdom without a king. A year hence, good King Mathis was slain, and the chivalric tradition of the kingdom states that only he who earns the king's blade may become the next king. None have yet succeeded on that quest, despite over 100 trying, and so the regents remain in charge. In the east of Estenia, in a land known as Hampshire, violence has rocked the countryside. Among the halflings of Hampshire, Mathis had another name, Gwalreder, meaning savior. For he ended the Hampshire Inquisition and rose the halflings to a position of autonomy within the kingdom. This is at an end, and as the hold of the regents tightens over Hampshire, the violence only increases. But our tale is not one of kings or wars, it is of a merchant and a priest. Sophia, you awaken. In your inn, thoughts of the day run through your mind. You've got inventory practically burning a hole in your cart and need to get headed out today, ideally. But you've been delaying. You're unsure of exactly where to go. You've scheduled a meeting with the Grand Master of your Merchants Guild at noon for some advice, and until then, you have the day to yourself, though your growling stomach is a bit insistent that you eat before tackling the day.
Okay. I'll probably look for something a little bit on the cheaper end just to fill my stomach. Nothing fancy, probably just like bread.
Well, the cheapest end would be downstairs with the free complimentary stew that the King's Coin provides, which is the inn you've been staying at.
That works. I'll get that then.
All right. You get out of bed. You descend downstairs. The common room of the inn is quite empty this early in the morning. Most patrons would have been just gotten to the city last night, so they're sleeping. Only really one or two regulars. The owner of the King's Coin is sometimes around, though today he's not. The only person on staff is his wife. She's a hefty woman named Olga, and as she sees you, she'll immediately walk over to the large churning pot. She'll scoop up a ladle of it, pour out a bowl, and place it on the counter between you. Was it good sleep last night?
She'll yawn and kind of rub her eyes, and as best as it could be.
I've been telling Pietro we should be getting more stuffing for the pillows. We cannot have fine young women and good customers like you sleeping on such thin things.
I'll be looking for it if I'm ever here next time.
Oh, what is, are you going to be staying in the city another night?
Hopefully not, but we'll see what the day brings first before we decide.
She kind of leans over the counter a bit conspiratorially. I heard down at the fish wharf, they're selling trout for 2 pence cheaper than usual. She leans back like this is a huge tip.
Right. Well, I haven't heard anything about it personally, but I'll have to check it out.
Well, I'll keep my ears peeled for anything else. My favorite customer.
She'll nod. Thank you.
And you eat your meal in relative quiet. You get a piece of stale bread. That doesn't come for free. She just brings it to you. Ever since you've started taking up residence in the King's Coin here in Ravenna, she's had a special shining to you, probably because you're a young woman traveling alone and there's a degree of pity involved, but it's hard to say no to free stuff, especially when, well, you're still recovering from the mithril crash at the moment. But you finish your breakfast, and you have until noon, so what would you like to do?
Excuse me. Immediately, is there any interesting characters here this early in the morning?
Yeah, this early in the morning, there's, of course, friendly Olga. Over in the corner, there's a man who is probably still up from last night. He's like holding his head a little bit. His eyes are red ringed. He has like a fur mantle around his shoulders, which means he's decently rich, though you don't see any indication of his profession on his person. But he's just kind of like rubbing his head with like a bowl of warm stew in front of him. He's the only other person in the common room, though.
Okay. I'll probably wait till he's a little bit closer to finished eating and then go approach him and sit down, see if we can strike up some conversation.
Yeah, you pass a couple of minutes, just kind of keeping your head on a swivel. Out in the street, you see people passing by. It's about early March currently of 1281, and winter likes to cling on, specifically in Ravenna. The rest of Estenia, by now, the snow has mostly thawed, but you can still see bits of snow on the surrounding roofs. People are like all bundled up and they're breathing into their hands if their hands are exposed. And a couple people come in from the cold outside, mostly to get the cooking here at the King's Coin, because it's cheap. It's a pence for a whole bowl of soup.
Questions, I guess, before we go any further. Is this town seem like it's generally more on like the wealthier side, or most people are like more poorer? And then
Ravenna is probably... Yeah. What's the second question?
Do people this in generally be or like more wealthy or more poor?
So Ravenna is highly debatable, but probably the second wealthiest city in Estenia. The wealthiest, of course, being Lombardia, which is technically the capital. Though, as I mentioned, there is no king, so there basically is no capital. As for this particular inn, the King's Coin appeals to people like yourself. I'd say lower middle class, people who either don't have homes in the city and regularly stay here, as there's like proper rooms that you can rent out for long spans, kind of like a apartment complex. But it also serves food, so it's too rich for like a poor person to stay at, but it's like too low class for a true like wealthy merchant to stay at. That's why it's been your primary haunt.
The fact that this person's here then stands out since they look wealthier.
Yes, certainly. But I think you'll find your opening after the two workmen come inside, because there's a bit of movement in the place, and he's about halfway done with his bowl. And he seems to be slowly recovering from what is presumably a hangover, probably.
Gotcha. Yeah, whenever it seems like he's eating, I'll just approach and say, "Well, what brings a fine-looking gentleman like yourself here?"
He looks up at you. He like briefly looks up, sees you out of the corner of his eyes, and then looks down at the table and says, No, it's too early. I've no need of your services."
Services? I was just here to strike a friendly conversation.
He continues to, takes a long sip of his bowl and says, I thought you people were confined down to the docks."
Oh, no. I'm a merchant. Misunderstanding.
He looks up. Oh! He kind of flushes a bit. I apologize. I'm sorry.
A reasonable mistake. It's okay.
He extends a hand. Attila.
She'll extend her hand as well. Sophia.
So then what do you want?
Well, I'll be honest, you caught my attention. I don't see usually people of your, I guess, stature down here in a place like this, so I was curious.
I was a much younger man. Olga's cooking gave me comfort, and, things have been rough. Comfort was needed.
Anything you want to talk about?
You're sharp. What are your, what's your trade?
What did we decide on? It was weapons and armor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mostly metal, I guess how do you even word that? I'll just say mostly weapons and armor is my trade.
Well, you're lucky. Weapons and armor are always in demand.
But they are.
You should keep doing that. You never
my
hear
best.
of arms brokers going broke. You never hear of people gambling on war ever going broke. But gamblers of peace? Ugh.
And again, the type of people that you deal with aren't always the most friendly when you're dealing with weapons.
Probably true. Can you smell the merchant on me?
Not as obvious as I would have hoped to see, but yeah, I can see it.
Well, I'm a trader in labor, as it were. A mercenary broker.
So you deal with the more dangerous fellas.
Well, I used to. Good King Mathis, he was good for business. And he starts to fiddle with a ring in his finger. It's a nice ring. It's a signet ring, which means either he bought his way into nobility or he was born into it. It's hard to imagine someone with his casual manner of speaking being born a noble. But the signet ring does imply that he's a nobleman. And he continues to fiddle with it. And you also begin to notice little details. His fur collar is kind of like stained with dirt. The corners of his fine cloak are a little bit frayed and haven't been patched, and it's much more noticeable below the waist. You see his belt is like clearly several notches larger than it should be for him, and he's had to make new holes into it. And he'll kind of fiddle with the ring a bit more and say, do you have any friends in maybe Cavaranth? Contacts?
I don't know, Harkon, do I?
You're a local merchant.
Afraid I don't. Mostly stick to around here.
I'm shame.
What were you interested in?
I think business has properly dried up here in Estenia. People don't want to be fighting anymore. Damn shame.
Well, if that's the case, I may have to also be looking for something else. People aren't going to be buying stuff around here.
Probably. I guess we both hope that the halflings get a bit more uppity, huh? Get themselves in big trouble. Another crusade? That'd make me wealthy for the next decade. The last crusade, half a decade ago? Oh, you were probably too young to be selling arms for that one, but you would have made a fortune. God, I was selling them second-rate palfreys for the price of war horses. That was good.
What's brought about this new drought of fighting?
I don't know. Apparently, the noblemen have come upon a spirit of immense cooperation. They decided that who needs border conflicts? We can just form a peaceful council. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm sure they'll be at each other's throats soon enough, but I need it to be sooner. I'm sure that you can relate if you're staying in a place like this.
Well, if you're the type of person, you can always sow those seeds of doubt now.
Men like me don't get in a room with either of any of the regents. A duke?
No.
No.
But if you have the coin, you can get to people who will.
If I had the coin, I wouldn't be here. It's a recursive problem, dear.
Fair enough. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. Enjoy your meal.
I'll see you around, I suppose.
Hopefully in better circumstances.
He kind of lifts his bowl of soup like it's a toast, and he says, "To war!"
She'll rage like an imaginary glass as well.
And yeah, you head back to the bar, return your wooden bowl, and as you begin to contemplate what to gather for the day, maybe tips on future travel, anything to do as you wait, a courier will enter through the cold outside, kind of rub his hands together and go over to the counter, hand over, kind of speak with Olga in hushed tones, and then Olga looks over to you and says, "Courier's got something for you."
She'll scurry over.
Yeah, this is not a true letter. It's just like a card, like a single piece of cardstock. On the front, it has the very like elaborate cursive writing of only one person that you know, that being Arender Kethmad. He's a person you are deeply indebted to. He's one of your benefactors who believe that you could buy the dip on mithril pricing. Unfortunately, that was not accurate, but suffice it to say, he's one of your major creditors, and on the back, it simply says, "See me."
Okay. I'll just respond. This didn't come with anything else.
The courier shakes his head.
Oh, well. Thank you for bringing this.
He nods and scurries off, meaning he must have been prepaid. It's not a great sign when your business partners are paying such small fees for you.
Well, I guess wherever I'm supposed to meet this person, I will head that way.
Yeah, he's the owner of a bookstore called The Folded Page. It is generally known to be a front business, as it just doesn't have that many customers, though what it's a front for is generally not understood. There's lots of rumors, but I don't think you've taken any of those to heart. All that you need to know is that he has a lot of money, he's willing to use it somewhat liberally, and unlike most of your creditors, he hasn't threatened to kill you for not paying him back. He's been pretty chill about it, all things considered, especially considering he loaned you about 500 gold.
Are we friendly enough or have been in business long enough for that to be the case, or is it?
No, in fact, he only met you when you decided to invest in the mithril trade, so you've had a single business transaction, and he lost 500 gold.
So I'm expecting to get, like, fucking sold into slavery or some shit at this meeting.
You approach the Folded Page. It's an inviting enough shop. Bookstores are luxury shops. These are not like secondhand things. These are some of the most expensive in the city. It's on the high street because an individual book can set you back 2 gold. So this bookstore worth thousands minimum. Stepping up inside, the shop has some sort of like, probably, you don't know, some sort of spell cast on it, and it's slightly warmer than the outside. And behind the desk is a handsome young man, maybe around your age probably, clean shaven, and he'll just leave you to peruse the shop. He doesn't know that you're here for anything in particular. There are sections of books that are folios of history. There's even a tiny little, like, behind a glass case, an arcane spellbook section, marking this as probably the upper tier of bookshops.
When I go in, is it just him in there, or is there anyone else?
Just the clerk.
Then I'll approach and just say, "Hello, I'm here to meet," and I forget the person's name, but
You're the merchant.
she'll nod.
Of course, come with me. And he'll walk back, open up a door. There's
Before going back, does he look like he's carrying a weapon on him?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Insight.
Yeah, insight or perception.
Okay.
Yeah. You start to like look at his form as he moves towards the door, and one, his demeanor is pretty calm, though that doesn't mean much. You've seen men be very calm before they pull knives on you. More importantly, though, is his hands. This guy is not a ruffian. If someone's going to stab you, it's not going to be him. And also, he doesn't have a weapon that you can see.
I will be on guard, but I will follow.
Yeah, he opens the door. He doesn't actually go inside. It's just like a tiny little antechamber, and then there's a spiral staircase. It leads downwards and upwards, and he says, "If you go up, there's just an open door. Mr. Kethmide is in there."
Hold on. Thank you.
And just because his name is a bit of a mouthful, I will put it in the chat so you can add it to your notes. You head inside and climb up the spiral staircase. You've never been in here. When you raised money from him, you did so at a public auction, which is where you were raising funds for it. It's very cozy, you know, dark walnut that's been stained. It's largely unadorned. There's this kind of appreciation for the natural beauty of the wood. And you head down a hall, and sure enough, there is an open door. It's completely open, and inside you can see a very clean office. And sitting behind the desk is an unusual sight. Now, you, of course, knew to expect this. You've seen him before. But Kethmide is not a human. He is a half-elf, and he's not just a normal half-elf. He's a Westbaran half-elf. He is very pale. His skin is so pale that it looks like it would be harmed by the sun. It's the same color as snow. His hair is pitch black, and underneath his skin, in areas it's so translucent you can see the veins beneath. All Westbaran half-elves you've met look sickly, but he is especially sickly amongst those that you've met in terms of his visual appearance. He has long, spindly fingers, and if he were to stand, he would be towering, though, at the moment he's sitting. And he sees you at the end of the hall and raises his hand in a gesture of sort of shallow greeting.
She'll approach and say, "Call, I answer. How can I help you?"
Well, he leans back in his chair and leans off his desk very slowly. He gestures a hand towards a pretty cushy armchair across from the table.
Does he also seem to be any more threatening, carrying a weapon, anything like that?
Well, he's seated, so you can't see if there's, and like the table kind of blocks that view, but in terms of his upper torso, you don't see anything. And honestly, you can roll an insight check if you want, but the default vibe you get from him is one of a scholar, of like a really deep scholar. Previous time you met him, he started talking about like financial theory, which you just had no idea what the fuck he was talking about, and you just explained like in very basic terms how you plan to make back his investment. But you get the sense he'd never made a trade before, but he knew all this stuff because he'd read it in a book somewhere. Very book smart, not so much street smart.
Okay. I won't fully lower my guard, but I'll relax a little bit.
Alrighty. And do you sit down in the cushy chair he offers?
Sure.
He'll lean back and say, "Well, I wanted to check in on my investment. How have you been proceeding?"
Right. Kind of had assumed you'd already heard about it. This is with the mythical crash, right? Just make sure I'm getting it right.
He knows about the crash. He's more so asking about your bit, because you're still in debt to him immensely, so more so about how that's been progressing.
I didn't know how soon this was after the
No,
crash.
it's been about a month since your money evaporated.
Well, I've haven't found anything surefire, we'll say, but I am at least little by little making some back and working towards paying you off.
Have
Unfortunately,
you
it's not that easy to make that much back in such a short amount of time.
amateurized a payment plan for all of your creditors?
I assume not. So,
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Yeah. No, I'm just... The money I make is going towards... Anything that's not to keep me alive during that day is going towards you guys.
See. Do you think the industry of weaponry and armor, do you believe it's experiencing growth?
As much as I'd love to say yes, not in this area, no. It seems like if anything, it's been starting to die down more recently.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I can't go off of any first-hand sources, but supposedly a lot of the higher powers in this area are getting along for once when normally they would not have been.
See. You're a merchant of talent. Surely you have other fields where you can appraise the quality of goods.
Yes, which is what I've been trying to look into more, is either traveling somewhere that may be better for weaponry or armor, or trying to find something else to switch to more locally that's doing well.
Here in the shop we have an excellent book by it's a folio written by a woolsmith, 70 years deceased, who was from the Kingdom of Tucson, and he writes very extensively about evaluating the quality of pelts and other textile-based materials.
I see.
Well, I digress. I seem to recall that when we spoke regarding the mithril, you mentioned that you had buyers all across Astenia lined up for when the price adjusted in a more favorable environment. You have buyers in Hampshire, correct, amongst the halflings?
Yes, although that's a little bit more. I don't get to speak to them as often, but
Yes, I'm sure. But you do have trade connections to them.
Yes.
Do you ever find your faith as an obstacle in dealing with them, as they are, of course, not worshippers of our Jade Lady?
If they weren't so, let's say, friendly and willing, then maybe. But they've treated me nothing but well, so I can.
But they do make able business partners?
Yes, very much so.
Ah, well.
It'd be a lot harder to overlook the religion if not so.
Excellent. Well, I would like to extend an offer to you.
I'm listening.
There is a colleague of mine who needs to get to Hampshire and stay there for a bit of time to conduct some business and then return here to Ravenna. Now, obviously, the halfling baronies are quite chaotic these days, but I was thinking that a woman like you, acquainted with their ways, could escort this person to the east with little questions, and in exchange I could pay off your debt, not just to myself, but to any other creditors you may have from the mithril debacle.
All of it?
I believe it should be within my budget.
That is extremely generous, which unfortunately makes me a little bit wary. What do you gain to benefit?
Oh, as I said, he has some business to conduct in Hampshire, and going there without halflings on one side is dangerous these days. I read a story in Leuven's broadsheet about 2 tax collectors being lynched.
I don't disagree with it being more dangerous and with it being more safe with me, but the halflings are very particular about the people that they do business with and allow through.
This is why I went to you, rather than a hire of mercenaries. If my man entered Hampshire with 50 armed bodyguards beside him, he would only draw further superstition and fear and paranoia towards himself. But alongside you, perhaps under the guise of a business associate, I was hoping you could lubricate the interactions and get him the time he needs in Hampshire.
Forgive me for being a little bit blunt, but I think I would need to meet this person first.
I agree. I've already arranged a dinner this evening at the Boar and the Huntsman.
Is that a higher end place?
It's one of the nicest in the city.
Oh, well, thank you. Will you be joining us as well?
No, I've things to attend to, but he's a fine young man. His name is Anatoly.
And how did you come to meet this person, if you don't mind me asking?
As I said, he's a colleague. He's in the books business.
I see. Well, I'm not in one of a position to say no or refuse such generosity, so I would be glad to join him.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure you're a busy young woman with all of your recent struggles, so I will let you go.
Hold on. Thank you for taking the time to meet me.
Oh, might I ask one small tidbit? I think I roughly know how much you're indebted, but I'm sure you have a more accurate count than I do in my old noggin. What is the exact number?
Does he seem like he's trying to see if I'll lie to him? Like he knows the number?
Roll an insight check.
Okay.
I think the vibe you get is that he wants you to say verbally how much you're in debt to remind yourself how desperate things are.
Okay.
This is more so him rubbing it in your face. How
I'll
much you
give
need
the,
him.
I don't remember the exact amount.
Well, it is on the merchant sheet.
Where at?
In big red letters to the right of the coin purse.
Oh, I wasn't zoomed out enough. So,
Huge text.
I will say 1.7 million debts.
Not. That's a sizable quantity. Well, I hope you keep that dinner appointment.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
And he gives you a kind of like pure lip smile, like his like lips kind of like stretch backwards and it doesn't reach his eyes, and he's not even really smiling, nor it's very creepy. And then he says, "Good luck."
Thank you. Before dealing with this person in this most recent debacle, did I know this person at all? I have heard anything about him or any experience?
Not really. I mean, so roll me a history check. Let's see how much you know about. Actually, this is more like a general. This is like a wisdom check. This isn't really intelligence based. Just roll me a wisdom check. This is like 14. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so Kethmide is in a reputation. So his shop is on the high street. The high street is not so named for its literal height. It's actually not that much higher than the rest of the city. It's that this is where all the high class merchants are. So him and about 10 other people make up the like core merchant community of the city. Everyone else, including you and your entire association, are peddlers. So you have to go to other places to make a profit, whereas he can just run a shop out of the city. So you do know him. He has a reputation. He's a member of the local like full-on merchant. You're technically a part of the same guild as him, but you're like an associate member. He's a full-fledged member of the Merchants Guild. So yes, he has a reputation, you know him, and that reputation is generally that he is bookish, incredibly wealthy, and again, this shop is a front for some other organization, but what that organization is, you know, highly speculative.
So I get that he cares less or isn't as worried because he makes a ton of money, but have there been stories or anything about people falling into similar situations?
The closest you know about that is that there was this shrine on the high street. It was owned by the Order of the Flaming Sword. This was like 5-6 years ago, and that shrine was able to run because it received donations from the local community. And one month, Kethmide basically decided he did not like this shrine's existence. It was never really made clear in the story you were told why, but he basically started offering money to local people not to donate to the shrine. And after a couple months of this sustained campaign, the shrine had to basically shut down because it was run out of charity. And so it was removed from the street. But that's the only example you can think of him using that wealth coercively.
Okay. And then secondly, I assume I have some sort of knowledge on what tends to happen to people that are put in situations like this. Is it going to be like indentured servitude, where it's just like shitty wages and work, but at least I can pay it off? Or is it like, no, you're fucked, we own you now and we can do whatever we want?
Well, in the case of what he's offering you, it's a single job. But,
right, but I'm saying like stereotypically.
Yeah, for your general circumstance, you would basically be given like the reality, your creditors want their money back. So if you genuinely can do like a merchanting mission to get their money back, they would do that. It's just, you don't have much of a reputation as a merchant. Like, you've only been operating as one for a couple of years, and you've just lost more than you've probably earned in the rest of your merchant career combined. So as the months go along, as I said, this is the only one of your creditors who hasn't threatened your life. So their requests are going to get stronger, and eventually they will pull you before the Duke and basically force you into some type of debt slavery. Now, they'll probably end up selling your contract to someone else, because most of the other merchants, they don't want you sitting on their cart while they're trying to peddle, so they'll probably sell you off to someone else to try to recoup
it makes
their
me
investment.
sound like that whatever he needs me to do for the halflings is probably something that is highly illegal, and that if this fails, then I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Because even your current inventory and what coin you have on you, all of that is left over from the debt scheme. So it's also debt. Like you literally have 0 assets and exclusively debt.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have a little bit until noon, maybe like an hour. Do you want to do anything with that time, or would you like to go meet with your guild master?
As much as I'd probably like to know more about this guy, I'm more worried about him finding out about me wanting to know more about him, so... Yeah, I'll probably just head to the guild.
Alrighty. You head to the Ravenna's Merchant Guild. It's not a very big building. It doesn't come with attached warehouses or anything like that. That's all run privately. All the Merchants Guild is essentially a townhouse. You step inside. It's a very familiar environment. It's the building that initially got you into this whole trade to begin with. And there is another merchant, one that you recognize, sitting in the lobby, currently smoking on a pipe. His name is Lorenzo, and you owe money to him, so you try to avoid eye contact. And you head to the counter. Behind the counter is a very familiar clerk named Jules, and he'll look at you and say, "Oh, hello. What you doing here today, Iris?"
Here you see the guildmaster. Is he in?
He is. Did you already schedule a meeting with him?
Good question. Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Yes.
Well, I asked because I think I heard him a couple of days ago cursing your name. I think he'd have to mentally prepare himself before having a meeting with you.
Yes, that's what I'm here to talk about.
All right, well, try not to get in any more debt while you're walking to his office.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, you know the walk. You head down the hall, and the guildmaster's door is closed.
I will knock and listen for an answer.
Yeah, you hear a kind of grunt from inside.
I'll just open it and...
Yeah.
Pardon me.
Boris Clark is the guildmaster of Ravenna. Most guildmasters that you've met in your life in Luvenza and other cities are wealthy men who decided to basically retire from their careers and become guildmaster. Boris Clark was a clerk in the office who kind of stumbled his way into guildmaster despite never being a merchant before. He's an administrator at heart, and his office shows it. It is beautifully organized, and he's quite good at streamlining the guild's operation. But he has zero sympathy for bad financials. And currently, he is sitting behind his desk. He's chewing on a thick piece of tobacco wrapped in paper, a cigar imported from Galadrim, and he was like chewing on it with the corner of his mouth. And as you enter, he kind of sucks on it very deeply and then looks at you and kind of grunts. "Well, Miss Turner."
Yes?
"You scheduled this meeting. What are we talking about?"
Out of character, I actually don't know.
We just wanted advice on how to trade things, like where to go. You've basically, if you look at the pricing thing, you have almost no information on anywhere.
Gotcha. Well, seems like my trade is not been doing so well in this area, so I'm hoping to get some
An
more...
understatement.
Right?
You lost more in a month than most merchants lose in their entire career.
She'll just kind of like nervously smile. Right, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to get a little bit more information on hopefully something I can start making that money back.
Yeah? Have you decided to get in the fire moss trade then? Or maybe Hellflake? I hear that they have great returns on profit.
I was thinking more legal if I could help it.
Oh, it was a joke. What do you want to trade in and where are you going? And he stands up and starts to sort through various folders.
Well, let me look at the stuff real quick. Looking at a couple of places mainly for particularly textiles or cloth or things of that. But if you have any other specific things you know about these areas that's doing well, in Vertiterra, Grana Vigilia, and Fiorodonza.
Once he's engaged in the activity of like sorting through the papers, he seems to calm down considerably, and he says, "All right. Looks like Emilio was there last month. He didn't record prices for textiles, though. He was carrying a shipment of cheese. What were the other places you said?"
Grana Viglia or Fiorodonza.
Grana Viglia. Yeah, there it is. Grana Viglia. Looks like we have pricing on adventuring gear there. Fiorodonza. Ah, you lucky swine. Yes. He pulls out a price statement. It's from a fellow merchant of yours named Hugo. And it includes a trade that he did for a suit of leather armor that he got on commission to go give to a adventurer out in the field. And he included both the buy price and the sell price. So it gives you information on both of those things.
Let's go.
Now, I will say, I know I said this in the session 0, but there's a chance this information is wrong. But he gives you access to the trading information in that city. And he says, "Where else did you say? Or was it just those 3?
Ravenna, Luvenza, and Hampshire would also be helpful.
Hampshire. Well, sort of. That may be the one redeeming trait you have, that you can actually trade there, but no. And no one else in the guild's been there. But Luvenza, I mean, it has to be in here somewhere. No. Ah, yep. There it is. Oliver was there last week. He recorded prices for... Huh, you're lucky. On most daily staple goods. No weapons, though. Suppose it makes sense. You know him. Always skittish about blood. Well then. I assume that's all you'll need.
Unless you've heard about anything else specifically doing well in the area, but otherwise.
And as he leans back and thinks, this is one of his more redeeming traits, which is, despite being deeply personally hating you, he does actually like kind of stroke his clean-shaven face and start to think if he knows, and he'll look up at you and say, "What's your inventory after the Mithril incident?"
It is... mostly leather and chain armor.
Oh, you gotta
leather.
Dump that. It's a time of peace, don't you know?
Yeah.
I know that's your staple, but today's the time for cheese and wine.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that more lately, so if you have a place that's good to sell that off, I'll start there.
You're the only one here that really specializes in this stuff. It's a damn shame your parents didn't raise you in a vineyard. Then you'd be making a fortune right now.
Right.
If I get anything, I'll let you know. When are you planning on leaving?
Probably... I'm going to guess in 2 or 3 days from now, but I will let you know once I know.
Well, if you go before I find anything else, I'd recommend Vertiterra. I mean, you could go all the way to Luvenza, but it's a bit of a hoof. Vertiterra should give you an idea of how much those in the countryside are willing to pay for protection these days. And you're not just going to die out in the street, are you?
Don't plan on it, no, sir.
You can pay for housing?
Yes.
Good. Don't forget that the guild owns 50 gold of that debt of yours.
On my mind every day.
Good. So, you're gonna go earn some money?
What do you say?
Are you gonna go earn some money?
Of course. That's, I'll be on my way right now. Thanks again.
Good. He just rolls his eyes and sets down his files. As you go to leave, kind of retreat from the hallway, Jules from the counter will say, "How'd it go? Any of your debt problems solved?
It's working towards it.
So he just told you off and gave you nothing then?
No. He was very helpful. It's going to take time and a lot of effort, so I got to go start on that. The sooner the better.
Well, I wish you luck. I've seen some young women in debt slavery, and let me tell you, that never ends well.
She'll kind of laugh nervously. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it if things don't work out.
As you have this brief little interlude, the person who was seated earlier in the lobby, Lorenzo, he kind of glances up from the broadsheet he was reading and says, "Hey, Iris.
Yes?
You made any money back yet?"
Not yet. Working on it.
Bastard. He looks back down. It's been a stressful couple of weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leave the Merchants Guild. And you have until early evening, which is only about 2 hours before you need to be at the Boar and the Huntsman.
I'll probably go and try to get a little bit more information on where I can sell off this armor and stuff that I already have at a decent price.
Yeah. Roll me a general persuasion check. This is gonna, when it comes to armor pricing, your best bet is to go to local merchants. And when you come to any new towns, we're gonna have to actually develop those relationships. But in Ravenna, you already have a network of armor smiths that you know. So you'll be able to get some information. Armor smiths don't so much know the supply of the armor present in other cities, but they're typically acutely aware of the demand so that they don't overproduce. So with a 12, you'll be able to get 2 bits of information. You'll be able to learn the demand of 3 different fortresses, Castello di Tuscan, Fortezza di Harland, and Rocca del Malazuna. Forts, which is a whole category of structures on your sheet. These are run typically by a local nobleman or sometimes by the Regency Council itself. And they need an almost constant stream of armor because there's full-time garrisons there. It's the only full-time military force in all of Estenia. But some of them are overproduced. So for Castello de Tucson, you learn that they have a glut of supplies currently. But Rocca del Malazuna or Fortezza di Harland, they'll probably always buy what you're offering. Because it's armor. But that's about all you can figure out.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the part. Are they here locally, or do I have to travel in order to sell to them?
Oh yeah, all 3 of those. Every fort is eastward, closer to Hampshire.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's probably not a whole lot else that I can do then for now besides wait for the evening.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have any fine clothes. I mean, you've never really had any fine clothes. You've never been in a position where you feel you can spare 10, 20, 30 gold on a very nice clothing. So the best you can do is try to get what you currently have and get it nice and clean. Get some, scented oils, to get as nice as you can before making your way through the streets. In early evening, the city of Ravenna is positively bustling. The Boar and the Huntsman is located on the High Street, on the same street as the Folded Page. It is one of the most upstanding businesses in the city. This is one of the only places where noblemen and the rich, wealthy merchants of the city can interact, and it's not seen as a social faux pas. It costs a month's wage from a common laborer, and if you are to buy dishes here on your own, it would be, well, it'd deepen your poverty considerably. But as you get to the front stoop of the Boar and the Huntsman, kind of awkwardly, the maitre d' steps forward and says, "Ah, Miss Turner, we've been expecting you. Your table is ready."
Thank you. And then she'll go to follow.
He'll guide you inside past the busy common room. There are about 40 people seated, a decent chunk of families. It's a good mixture of noblemen and merchants. The merchants denoted by their fur collars, the noblemen's denoted by their frilly outfits and their signet rings. and you head into a side room. A curtain is closed to provide privacy. They're smaller. This is definitely not an upgrade, but it is more private. And he'll take off a little note card that had your name written on it, and he will place a menu before you. Most restaurants don't have menus. They're like carved into wood, but a place like this can actually afford the immense paper costs required to produce paper from printing presses every single night. And he'll place it on the table in front of you and say, "I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Do you know when your companion will arrive, Mr. Wallace?"
I do not.
All right. Then would you like to wait until he arrives to order, or order in advance?
I will wait. Thank you. Are there prices on the menu or no?
No.
No.
But he will leave, and you'll have a moment of privacy in the shrouded booth. How's Sophia feeling?
Definitely very nervous because, like I mentioned before, whatever this deal is, the fact that she's not already either being sold into slavery or dead is, I'm assuming, very illegal.
Yeah. You wait for a bit, and eventually the waiter returns. He will place the drink menu there. He'll place several cups, and he'll say, "While you're waiting, would you like to get some wine or some bread or anything else?"
No, thank you, just water.
"Are you sure? We have an excellent vintage imported from Mythosia. It is a Sedalian purple."
I don't want to impose on the host before them getting here.
Understood. And he departs.
For real reasons, because she doesn't want to. She like this is like more debt to her, so it's like I'm gonna buy the cheapest thing and wait as long as possible.
Well, eventually the curtain will part, and Jackson, describe what Anatoly's looking like this evening.
He is, in a word, freakish. He is incredibly tall, over 6 feet, and he is emaciated. He has a sickly look about him. He is pale. He has what looks to be pockmarks on his face and a paper-like skin. Unlike most in this area, he has bright red hair and is ginger. But all that said, he is dressed nice.
Well, this is the man who opens the curtain, Iris. I'm not sure or Sophia, Iris being your nickname. I'm not sure what you expected, but that's the face that greets you.
That's about what I expected for this whole dealing. She'll smile nervously, stand up, and bow.
It's nice to meet you. You're Sophia, yes?
Yes, you're Anatoly?
I would have been introduced as Wallace.
Oh, Wallace then.
Well, I'm told you wanted to meet me.
I was kind of told the other way around that,
That's also true. I wanted to meet you. May I sit?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll sit down.
The curtain will part and the waiter will step in and say, "Well, now that the gentleman is here, what would you like in terms of beverages? There's a fine Mythosian, specifically Sedalian purple for today's special," and he's mostly looking at your guest as he speaks.
The guest
whatever.
being
You. Yeah, you, Jackson.
me. Okay.
Yeah.
We will take whatever you recommend.
Ah, well then, the Sedalian purple it is. Would you like a little bit to look at the menu, or just go for today's special as well?
We'll go for the special.
A fine braised pork knuckle. And he'll collect the sheet of paper and then give you each a nod and exit and close the curtain behind him.
So, why are you a merchant?
Never really been asked that question, but it's just what I've learned from my family and done for as long as I can remember. Very much enjoyed it.
So your family were merchants as well?
Yes.
And how long does that go? Have they always been merchants?
As long as I've known them.
How did you get connections in Hampshire?
It was more by chance that I was traveling at one point when I was still getting my feet underneath me, and happened to help some people that were some halflings that were from Hampshire, and they kind of introduced me from there, and it thankfully everything clicked and has been great since.
And the halflings, they don't bother you. They bother many people.
If I'm able to make coin, then they don't bother me.
So you're concerned about money.
That is why I'm here.
Yes, I've heard. Well, do you have any questions for me?
Only what you're willing to disclose.
I need to go to Hampshire.
And are you willing to discuss what you're going to be taking there?
That depends what you're bringing for trade. I will be your merchant partner, after all.
Right. I will, let you know now the halflings are very particular about the people that they're friendly with, so the more info you're willing to provide, the easier I can make it on both of us.
What sort of info would you need?
Mainly, if you're bringing something to sell to them, what that is, and I guess probably better question is how comfortable you are with them, and if you have a religion that contradicts what they believe in.
I know little of merchantry, and I would expect you to teach me such. I have no particular issue with halflings, though I have little dealings with them. Like most, I follow the lady.
And for followers of for followers of other gods, do you have problems with them?
Not if we can do business with them, as you said.
So kind of breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, that makes things a lot easier then. Halflings are very skittish, I guess is the right word. And no offense to you, but the aura you kind of give off will probably put a lot of them on guard, so we're gonna have to put forth a fair amount of effort to dissuade that.
Yeah.
But at least with me there, it should be a good foot in the door to get a head start on that.
Yes, you're less unnerving than I am, is what you're saying.
Yeah, if you say so.
The curtain will part, and the waiter will step up holding a large, very large bottle of wine. He has already popped the cork, and he has a decanter that is partially full, which he'll place on the table, and then he'll say, "This here is the Sudalian Purple. It is a vintage from 1253, and especially a water-prone year in the province. It has a special sweetness that most other vintages don't have." And he'll pour about half into each of your glasses. They're very generous glasses. And he'll say...
before he pours, is this under the assumption that the guy at the bookshop is the one who set all this up, like we're not paying?
I don't know if that's been established. He certainly set up the reservation, but...
Then before he pours anything, I'll kind of put a hand over my glass to stop him and then lean over to... You said you wanted to be called Wallace, was that correct?
And that's what I was introduced to you as, yeah.
Well, yeah, the Kethmide introduced him as Anatoly
Yeah.
on the reservation. He was listed as Wallace.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, I'll just kind of lean over and whisper towards you. And since you're aware of my predicament, do you know who's paying for this?
I figured you would sort that out ahead of time as the merchant.
I was just told to meet you here. I didn't.
The waiter will kind of interject and say, Mr. Kethmide has already provided payment for anything you are to order. He's a frequent customer.
I will hold off on the wine.
All
You
right.
can go ahead.
It's a shame. But he will, about a quarter of the way, fill your glass at Anatoly, and he'll say, well, Mr. Wallace, give it a try. Let me know if you like it.
I'll drink a small sip.
So I believe when we were developing Anatoly's character, there's mention of his enjoyment for mead and kind of more Kalklander type things.
I don't recall that.
Oh, you don't recall that? Okay, I vaguely recall. But this is a very sweet wine, like very sweet, nearing the limits of how sweet a wine could be before it's no longer enjoyable. Would that be enjoyable to Anatoly's palate?
He probably wouldn't like that. No.
Okay. Then as the waiter sees your reaction, he'll say, not to your taste then?
It is fine.
Well, actually, and he reaches like around the corner that was kind of, because you guys are in like a 3-sided cube with only like a cloth curtain, so he'll reach around the edge and he'll pull out another bottle. I brought an extra just in case. It's a darker vintage, same province, but it's from a different year. You may like this one more, and he'll pour a little bit into what was previously Sophia's glass, but since she's not using it, he pours a bit in there, hands it to you. It's a much darker color.
I'll try some of that.
More of an earth tone flavor to it, certainly. All the sweetness is functionally gone. It's kind of hard to imagine it's from the same place.
Alright, yeah, sure. That's better.
He nods, places the glass on the table, collects the unused, sullied glasses and the unused bottle, and exits. And closes the curtain behind him.
You're worried you will incur more debt if you drink.
Yes. As nice as this all is and as nice as this has been, I would prefer not to end up having to pay more than I owe.
I doubt that would be the case. At least if you agree to all this, which I'm told you are still hesitant.
The offer has been very generous, so I'd like to at least hear some more details.
Like what?
Well, I still don't know what we're actually selling, which I know is probably the hot topic and probably not easy to discuss further, but if you have any info you're willing to provide, it would be make things go a lot smoother.
I do not think for the time being that you need to know anything. Your job would be to get me to Hampshire, ensure that I am not broken on any wheels by halflings while I'm there.
Do I know if the halfling, am I aware of any more illicit or illegal activity that they're into?
Yeah, so you don't know much about the state of the kingdom or politics or anything really like that, but in the halfling baronies, you do know that there, since the death of the good King Mathis, there has been a whole, guerrilla movement, essentially. So while, yes, there is traditional black market stuff for drugs and other things like that, there's also this, sizable black market economy to equip those guerrillas and the supplies they consume. Again, it is an illegal trade, but those guerrillas will pay a fortune for good food compared to, normal city-dwelling halflings.
Gotcha. Then I'll just respond, and I won't pry any further then, but at least I know there's markets for stuff you're not willing to discuss there, so we should have to find the right people.
I assure you that most of the other ways to pay off your debt are far more illegal than anything we would be doing in Hampshire.
Right. I mean, I don't really have much of a reason to say no with the current offer. So I will assist in every way that I can.
You hear some sizzling from outside of the curtain, and then it opens up, and two cast iron pans are placed in, or a cast iron pan is placed in front of each of you. It's russet potatoes, it's a thick wine sauce, it's a large pork knuckle that's been braised and toasted. It's delicious, smells heavenly. I'm salivating thinking about it right now. And then the waiter will step back and say, "I hope you enjoy, and if there's anything else, you can leave the curtain slightly parted and requested."
Thank you.
And he leaves, give you complete privacy, closing the curtain behind him.
I'm guessing I'm very much not used to seeing food like this.
No, I mean, you've been eating soup for the last month straight since the incident, and before that, you were eating slightly higher tier, which would be pierogies, maybe a sandwich or two. You were keeping real simple in your diet because you've never been very successful.
And yeah, once the food gets set down, she's definitely mouth watering, staring at the food, good.
As I said, you're welcome to eat and drink. It will be no problem for your budget.
She will kind of swallow and then look up. I assume doesn't seem like he's lying.
I mean, so how would you describe Anatoly's expression?
Kind of like what he's got in his little portrait there.
Yeah, very scheming. You know what? Actually, let's do this.
That's your connotation, not mine.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know if it applies that much in this situation, but it's a good habit to establish. If there is ever a question as to whether one PC is lying or not, I think what we'll have to do is have Dota roll an insight check and Jackson roll a just raw charisma check. I think that's the best way to do it going forward.
Okay, I like that system.
Yeah, because since it's raw charisma, it doesn't denote whether it's deception or persuasion. And then obviously we can add bonuses if I need to, basically. So let's both roll those.
Here I put all these points into deception.
We'll count. Yeah, well, if you were to try a deception, you would DM me, and then I would add on the bonus.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Insight for me.
Yeah, insight for you.
No.
All right, then with a 13 and a 14, Jackson, you may describe Anatoly's demeanor to Sophia.
Best you can tell, he seems honest about this.
Alrighty.
Okay. After looking at him for a little bit, she'll look down and just start digging in.
Yeah, I mean, you have been. I mean, one, you haven't eaten meat in a month, so there's that. Beyond that, though, you haven't had food like this since your mom cooked for you, and she moved out to the countryside over a year ago after they got back on their feet following the raids in Mathis's War. Yeah, I mean, it is a silent feast as the two of you begin to eat. Anatoly, are you more measured about eating?
Yes, he's had stuff like this before.
Yeah. Yeah, you use your fork and your knife, and you slowly, crack into the pork knuckle and, eat the potatoes daintily. And by the time that you're just kind of getting to the real meat of the knuckle, Sophia's plate is essentially empty. The wine sauce is sopped up with the potatoes, and the entire cast iron skillet is essentially emptied, vacuumed up into her gullet. And yeah, I think you're still slowly working your way through the meal as Sophia, you wrap up.
Is your character portrait accurate?
Yeah. If you have any specific questions, let me know.
I will ask your hair. It's also red. Do you have northern blood?
I believe so. I believe that's where I'm from, right? Northern family.
You're from the Estenian countryside. I mean, your parents are from the Estenian countryside. Beyond that, like you said, you know that they were merchants, but you don't really know, like, your lineage or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, they're small town peddlers, not noblemen.
Right. Not really sure about my family beyond my parents, but at least I would guess so.
Eric's, how common is red hair in
Very rare. It's
Ravenna?
about 1 to 2% of people.
Interesting. I suppose with your resources, you can't come to know your lineage, but your origin. But curious. Perhaps it will work out well that we look like each other in that sense.
Is there a story you want to concoct for the halflings then?
Well, we could always call ourselves relatives and rely on the hair to sell it.
Well, I don't know as much about you, so it'd probably make more sense for you to be cousin or something of that nature, where at least if I don't know as much about you, it makes a little bit more sense.
Yes.
Well, as you finish eating, Anatoly, and your mind goes to the plan, is there any more information you feel like you'll need to be furnished with to be able to serve as Sophia's merchant partner?
What does she trade in? And what would we be trading in Hampshire with?
There are questions.
I haven't been told what we're beyond what I'm trading in, what we're trading in Hampshire, but I mostly deal with weapons and armory. Currently, just have armor.
How long have you been doing this?
I believe it was 2 or 3 years. Is that correct, Archon?
Spot on.
Just a few years.
And it has only been you as an individual up to this point.
Yes, beyond the teachings of my family, I've been on my own.
Have you had any successes, or has it mostly been downhill?
It was pretty good before the most recent escapade. I took a bit of a gamble, but it seemed like it had good impact and good info behind it. Unfortunately, did not work out.
Yes, a very volatile industry, wealth creation is.
I take it you don't have much
Unreliable.
merchant experience.
No, dealing in those types of things has never been my forte. I have had some bookkeeping experiences. I'm quite literate and have learned to keep records.
I won't try too much.
I'm quite good at it, actually. I suppose that's something you ought to know.
I see.
And for Sophia, when it comes to the halflings, you're going to have to concoct some sort of story, but when it comes to other merchants in Estenia, for example, you know, all the people you met back at the Guildmasters, at the guild headquarters, and all the people you're likely to meet during your journey to Hampshire, do you plan to also pass them off as an associate of yours? And if so, what's going to be the explanation there? Because the first question, especially for someone that knows you, is going to be, oh, you took a partner. Why is that?
I'm probably just going to use distant relative that family introduced me to and is helping me out in my current situation.
Well then, sounds like it'd be valuable to get your story straight.
Yeah. Well, I know a fair amount of people around here, and so if they see you with me, they're gonna have questions. I think the easiest and least suspicious way is just that your distant family, we can say cousin, probably works the best, and that you got in contact with me after you heard about my problems, and that you're helping me out as a merchant.
Eric's, how recognizable would the Skurlaw name be around here / my face?
Yeah, so you're in Ravenna, which is a major city, so the Skurlon name would be somewhat known. Especially because of your relationship with the current Duke. The Skurlon name would be very well known. You in particular, though, not very much at all, actually. You were never very public facing, like ever. And realistically, the average person on the street is only going to know people they personally know, which you only personally knew a very small number of people, or very famous people. Like, for instance, the 3 dukes of the realm, though someone would know roughly what they all look like. But you, especially wearing the outfit you are, which is utilitarian and functional, no one is going to know your face. The name, certainly, guaranteed, 100%. Like, even your merchant friend across the table from you would know that last name. The current Duke is a Skurlaw. So
Yes.
The name Wallace works fine, but we'll need to get you a last name that seems more associated.
Yes, my concern is I don't know how good the merchants here deal with are, but it's possible that I would be recognized at some point, at least in Ravenna, though quite unlikely.
I don't think I know your last name, but I'm not going to ask.
Didn't you introduce?
No, you were introduced as Anatoly by the bookstore owner and by Wallace as the here at the reservation. So your last name has not been translated.
And Sophia, we'll assume that's for good reason.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to surnames, you luckily have almost infinite ones, because for common folk, which is everyone and probably in the entire campaign, I doubt we'll meet many nobles, at least not proper nobles. Most of them have just surnames of their like occupation, so like cook, turner, mason, things like that, stone, apple, fields, etc.
Is there a specific profession you have an idea for last name? Because you'll want to at least be somewhat knowledgeable if you get asked questions.
A bookkeeper of some kind, an accountant perhaps, a logistician.
I assume that's not a...
No, that's way too high class of a job to have a profession surname associated with it.
I think that's going to stand out quite a bit. Let me think.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, yours, Sophia, is Turner, which it means someone in a village who would like turn a millstone. So it's a very, it's a laborer's like last name. That's far more common. I mean, even your parents obviously have Turner as their surname as well. So just peasant things. I mean, there are also non-occupation related surnames like Walker, Martin, Anderson, Stewart.
We'll go with Anderson. I think would be fine. Wallace Anderson.
Good generic peasant name.
Now, since you're not as knowledgeable in the merchant side of things, probably best to say that not so much that you're a merchant that can help me, but just a family member that's knowledgeable and is able to hopefully help negotiate or find ways to make money.
I would say another pressing issue is that I don't present myself as a peasant, and I don't know much about the peasantry and their ways.
Well, as long as you're not showing super fancy clothes or eating fancy things, I think most people will just assume based off the name and you should be fine.
I will say,
Yes.
Sophia, the way he said peasant is the most noble thing you've ever seen anyone
Yeah.
do. Even if previously you weren't sure, this guy is 100% a nobleman, or at least he was born noble.
It's gonna be harder to hide, but you'll probably not want to use the term peasant.
Yes, I'm perfectly capable of living the mendicant lifestyle, but as far as knowledge of your average person, it's much more difficult. Notice I didn't use the word peasant that time.
You did use the word mendicant.
Yeah, let's stick to simpler words.
Oh. Well, further logistics would be, Sophia, it sounds like the bookshop owner, and by extension Anatoly, haven't given you a specific timeline for leaving Ravenna. So that means you kind of lead this operation. I mean, you getting to Hampshire. They also didn't say you had to take a direct route, so you kind of have the lead here. Is there any information you'd want to gain from Anatoly as to when to leave, or for him to keep in contact with you, things like that?
Okay. What is your plan for when to leave?
Eric?
As soon as possible.
Yeah, I will say that.
Well, how late is it in the day already?
You guys got here at about 5. It's been about an hour, so it's around 6.
It'd probably be too dangerous to leave tonight, so we can leave first thing early morning.
Hmm.
Do you have a place to stay already?
For tonight, yes, of course.
It'll probably be better if you come and stay at the same inn I'm staying at for tonight. It'll be less questions asked since it's later, and we'll leave a little bit earlier, and hopefully can at least get people accustomed to seeing you with me.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Well, do you have any other specific questions about at least our story that we're going to be going with?
I have thought of a potential idea as for why I suddenly became a merchant. I could say that I suffered some sort of physical injury that upended my previous line of work. As you can see, I'm quite frail. As for what that previous line of work would be, something physical, obviously, but I don't know what it would be.
Do you have experience as a mercenary at all?
I have some fighting capabilities, yes.
Doesn't seem like from his looks that he was merchant or would pass off as one, or not merchant, mercenary would pass off as one as easily. Probably better to stick with something more manual labor, like a farmhand or dock worker. Probably would be a good one.
A dock worker. Eric's, do I know anything about boats?
Oh, yeah, you've read all sorts of books about him.
Yes, I think.
Try to stick away from wanting or becoming a merchant as much as I probably just tell people that you're just a smarter person who is helping me pay my debts or find ways to make money. If you want to say me training you to be a merchant, that would work, because that would raise less suspicion.
Yes. Merchant and training makes sense. I figured that was a given. If this truly does not work, we could be more honest and say that you're my debtor and I've come to keep an eye on you and to learn how you operate. But that may draw attention as well.
Yeah, let's try to hold off on that if possible, just because we may have other people joining our trip if you give them any ideas.
Yes. So yes, a crippled dock worker who's become a merchant in training. That works.
Could say dock worker that got hurt on the job and then needed another way to make your livelihood, and that's where I came in.
Yes, my distant cousin.
That works.
Well then, if a plan is made, you can probably just leave.
Do we want to consult with the boss man at all before leaving, or the what's his face?
The bookkeeper? The bookshop owner?
The debt monger. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the guildmaster?
No, the guy who made the reservation.
Oh, yeah. Keth Mide, yeah.
Is there anything to talk to him about, or?
I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like it.
All right.
He hasn't told me anything, so my assumption is that you know what you are wanting to bring and sell and do all this through him. So if you don't know that already, you should probably learn that sooner before we leave.
To clarify out of character, was that I have to decide what we're trading in?
No, he's saying that if you don't know why you're going to Hampshire, you should probably go figure out.
Oh.
But you do, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a way I can get a letter to basically just be like, hey, chick accepted, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you can probably just write that and go drop it off at the bookstore. Because they're still open.
Yeah, so I'll do that, but none other than that, and I need to talk to him.
Well then, since you're staying at the same inn as Sophia, you can head over to the bookshop together since you're both on High Street. It's literally just down the street. She waits outside while you head inside and leave a message with the clerk. Luckily for you, this is a very familiar location to you because beneath the floorboards is a location that you frequently meet with other members of your organization. And you can head back outside. And the two of you can start to walk back to the King's Coin, I believe is what it's called. Yeah, the King's Coin. The city this evening is starting to wind down with its activity, though there are also people starting to set up streamers because tomorrow is the feast day of Saint Otto. Otto is one of the Jade Paladins of King Giles, who is like the mythical hero king who founded the Jade Lady Faith. And Saint Otto is the patron saint of truth and executioners. And so tomorrow is his big celebration. So you guys walk past city workers and mostly local volunteers setting up streamers and preparing little stages for the many, many performances that will be tomorrow. On his Saint Day, most of the time, there's a lot of stage performances that are generally comedies because while Saint Otto is revered as like a saint, he's also sometimes laughed at because he's a bit naive at times. And as you continue down the street, you hear a sort of ringing of a bell, but not like a big church bell, but like a little handheld one. And as you turn the corner, you're about 2 blocks away from the King's Coin. There is a man standing on a milk crate, shaking a bell in his hand and saying, "The end times come near. Fear ye. The stories of the apocalypse approach." Most people just walk past him.
Do you have any idea what he's about?
Not a clue, but probably nothing good.
The raving of mad monsters and the blood foaming in the sea begins soon. Hold those you love dear close to your chest.
Eric's, do I believe any, do I, believe I know anything about what he's talking about?
Well, since he's in a northern city, he probably is having like a mental episode, but he's connecting it to the imagery of the Jade Lady's apocalypse.
All right.
Because there is an apocalypse mentioned where she will return when the world is at its darkest and deliver the world from evil. And
Yes, but this guy, he doesn't have any tinfoil hat sect that he's clearly a part of.
No, he has no religious symbol either. He's just a guy.
I'm gonna walk up to him.
He slows the ringing of his bell and looks at you with wide eyes and says, "Hello there."
What are you talking about?
The signs. A lady shall soon return. The time of monsters and men is at an end. All shall be made equal. The sword shall descend.
And how do you know this?
She's spoken to me. She speaks to me now.
What does she say?
She says, the time of the wolf is at hand. Soon tooth and claw shall be master, and honor and chivalry shall be nothing but dirt.
And who is this wolf?
He kind of shakes his head a little bit. I don't know. But I know that the end is coming, and we all must hold dear what we have to our chests.
When did you start getting these visions?
I've always heard the lady, but her voice has only grown stronger.
Yes, well, I hope it's honest.
If you are a man of faith, then I warn you of this. Soon she shall return with King Giles at her side. They shall smite all evil, and even those who believe they are good but enact evil. You must right all the wrongs you have done before her sword descends.
I shall do my best.
He nods at you, and a lot of his enthusiasm seems to be drained now that someone actually listened to him, so he continues to ring the bell, but it's a lot quieter.
I'm going to ask Sophia, what do you think of St. Otto, these celebrations?
No particular thoughts. Why?
Well, he is a saint. I thought you might have thoughts on him.
Not particularly him, no.
Do you know anything about him?
Good question.
Yeah, Sophia isn't particularly religious, so I mean, she knows that on the Saint Day, sometimes they serve these really cool apples with like glazed sugar around them, and you get to attend free like comedy plays with puppets and shit.
Not much besides the small celebrations that we do.
Eric's, tell me what I know about Saint Otto, and I can explain it to her.
You know everything about Saint Otto, so I'm going to send you the full, relatively long lore blurb about it, and you can read that while you guys are returning to the King's Coin.
I couldn't remember it off the top of my head, but
right.
I knew I was obsessed with him.
Yeah, you were. He was your favorite of the Green Paladins. I will just quickly DM you the full thing. Oh, I almost put that in the group chat. Whoops. It's pretty long, though, so... Oh, it's too long. It had to be uploaded as a file. That means it's longer than 2,000 characters. Oh, no. Anyways, there's the thing. I will vamp for a little bit. You guys are headed down the street. As I said, you're about 2 blocks from the King's Coin. And technically, Anatoly's explaining at present, but we'll rewind to get there. And... Sophia, what do you think about the fact that your companion walked up to what you would, I mean, I don't know if crazy is the right word, just a very enthusiastic doomsday preacher, and your companion engaged him in conversation? Does that make you feel any particular way?
Yeah, that he probably just doesn't understand or doesn't care about the societal norms of it, I guess.
Does that bode well for your expedition?
Probably not. But hopefully I can spin it in such a way where it's just like mostly kept to himself and was just doing the only work that he could as a dock worker, and so doesn't really interact with people a whole lot.
Yeah. All right. And then in terms of Sophia's faith, I mean, I'm sure this will come up more in the campaign, but my default answers for any questions you ask on the Jade Lady faith is probably just going to be like the practices, which for you is essentially just like holidays. That's basically your engagement with the Jade Lady faith. Do you think there's any particular area you would have more information on?
Probably not now.
Okay, all right. Well, Jackson, there was a lot of information there, but is there
There's
any...
a lot. Didn't he have like a bum leg? Was that the thing?
He was the weakest of the Jade Paladins, yeah, by far. He had some physical... He had a deformity. I don't remember which one it was, though.
I thought it was a leg or something.
It's distinctly possible.
Anyway, you can fact check that before I pop off of that.
You can pop off.
All right. So, you know nothing of St. Otto? Other
Not
than
really, no.
cookies they give out. Yes, well, I won't bore you with too much of it, but he was quite the man. He was injured in a way that other surroundings of King Giles were not. He in his life suffered a crippling injury that left him deformed in his leg. Despite this, he was able to please the lady and help King Giles to take his place.
And so why is he revered and celebrated?
Excuse me? Well, as I just said, he was a companion to King Giles.
Right, but like, does he have any feats that made him more noteworthy or well known?
God, I'm fucking illiterate. I was trying to find the important shit. I like skimmed through this long list of feet.
It's quite long. Yeah, I mean,
it's also in like fucking code format. I might as well be reading C++.
It is in Markdown, yeah. Probably the most famous thing he did was decapitate his father, Namus, who was also a Jade Paladin and betrayed King Giles. That's probably the most noteworthy thing he did.
I'll say, yes, he was of such a loyal faith that he decapitated his own father for having betrayed King Giles in order to protect the faith. Otherwise, he was of a very trusting nature. But that's why you'll see people laughing at him tomorrow.
I see. That makes her probably think like, oh, that's why he likes this guy. He's a fucking murderer.
Yeah, that is very funny because, like, as you know, Sophia has basically no like she doesn't know shit about any of the Jade Paladins or any of their stories and stuff. And even if Anatoly started giving you context, most of these guys are like warlords. Like that's so you'd probably be like, what the fuck? Oh, that is really funny.
I thought that was the guy on the cookie. What the hell?
Yeah, I thought this was gonna be like a candy man. Well, you get back to the King's Coin and it is very busy. people who were traveling to Ravenna have stopped here overnight and are getting some food before going to bed. Locals who like the food and have gotten off of work are here. People who stayed there and were drunk last night are getting drunk tonight. It's quite a lively common room. And no one, I mean, you do recognize a couple of faces, Sophia. You even recognize one of the people you're indebted to, but everyone's engaged in conversation. No one pays mind to two strangers opening the door, or not strangers, but two people opening the door and entering into the common room.
Yeah, as long as we're seen together, that's mostly what I care about. I don't particularly care about actually introducing him at the moment.
Fair enough. You do need to get a room for him, though.
Yeah, I'll go over to the front desk then.
Yeah, you head over to the bar, and Olga is busy at the moment, so her husband, the actual owner of the establishment, will walk over to you. He'll kind of look each of you up and down and say, Sophia?
Yes. I was trying to get another room for my friend here.
You want a second story room or a third story room?
Whatever's cheaper, please.
By the way, I have heard some rumors from my fellow shopkeepers of your particular trouble. You're not going to become delinquent on me, are you?
No, I'm working on paying every penny back.
Well, it'll be an electrum tonight for your friend here.
Is that standard?
That's what he charges you. I mean, it's expensive. It's 100 pence a night, but it's nice and it's safe, which is most of what you care about. It's why you've stayed here for so long. Plus, the food's essentially free.
She's gonna kind of like motion towards him paying, like, okay, give him an electrum.
Yeah, you pay him an electrum, and
no, I mean for
for him to pay it. Okay.
Yeah.
I have no money on my person.
See her just like cringe and a little bit like, oh god, I have to give more money. She'll pay the electrum then, hesitantly, but she will do it.
He collects it and nods, and then he walks away. He's never been like hostile to you like this, so you assume that rumors of your insolvency are starting to really spread through the local business community.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm paying up front, okay?
Yeah, you are paying up front, which, to be fair, he doesn't actually demand from every guest, so you're getting special treatment. Alrighty. Well, you guys already did eat food, much better than can be provided by here in the King's Coin. But if you want to be seen around each other, you could buy a couple pent beers, head over into the corner, and have
Before
another chat.
that, I'm going to pull her aside to a private area.
There is no private area in the common room.
Then we're going to go up to a room and have a private conversation.
Alrighty. Well, then you gesture towards the stairs, Anatoly, and Sophia, I assume you follow.
Yep.
You guys climb the stairs up to the second floor. It's a long hallway of doors. Anatoly, you have a key to a room adjacent to hers. You guys head down the hall to your adjoining doors.
Can anyone hear us in here?
Yes. The walls aren't exactly thick enough to be fully private. Maybe keep your voice down, stay away from the walls, should be fine.
Yes, well. Eric's, can I look around and see if anyone's like listening in or...
Well, yeah, at present you're in the hallway, and...
I mean, in the room.
Oh, in the room, okay, yeah.
I thought we were in the room.
Oh, okay,
already.
yeah, Sophia can, turn the lock and head inside, and roll me a perception check. Parentheses, paranoia check. Yeah, I mean, you walk out to the balcony, and it's not a real balcony. It's like one of those fake balconies where, like, you can open up a thing, but it's like a gate, like a fence, is right up against the thing, so there's nowhere to walk out and step onto. It's like a fake balcony. But you lean over the fake balcony, look to adjoining rooms. Nobody's like leaning out. On the street below, you have the beautiful view of an alleyway that smells like piss. You walk over into the chamber, like you open up the door to the laboratory, which is just a poop hole. No one's in here. You open up a closet. You kind of put your ears to the walls, hear if you can hear anything in the adjoining rooms, and you're satisfied no one cares about your conversation.
Paranoia check passed.
Definitely makes Sophia more nervous about what you're about to talk about, though.
Oh, you look under the bed, and then you're good.
Okay, cool. I've reconsidered our backstory. I think I have a better idea.
By all means, what do you have?
I used to be in the circus. I was an acrobat of some kind, a storyteller. I suffered a crippling injury, and so I couldn't acrobat anymore. They didn't want just a storyteller. And so now I've taken up being a merchant. That's why I'm so educated about various things in a way a dock worker wouldn't be. Thoughts?
I'm not sure if a person a part of the circus would really be that much more knowledgeable than anyone else. And if you don't have a ton of... Problem with it is that it's more, I guess, interesting would be the word, and so people are going to ask more questions than if you were just a dock worker or some sort of manual labor.
I think a thought does occur to you, Sophia, which is whatever cover you do end up committing to, downstairs in the common room would be a very low-stakes way of testing to see if it holds up to scrutiny.
If you think that's the best idea, we can always test it with people downstairs, but you're going to want to think more about the nitty-gritty details with a profession like that. It's not very common, so people are going to ask more questions than normal.
Yes, I just figured that it might be more in my personality, but people tend to ask questions about me regardless. But you know this world better than I do.
What would you have done in the circus? Because you don't seem like the very bubbly type. No offense.
Like I said, perhaps some kind of tricks, an acrobat of some kind who then suffered an injury, but on the side I either listened to or told stories.
Mm-hmm. If you think it'll hold up to scrutiny, then we can go test it.
Eric's, do any thoughts cross my mind?
None that I can think of.
No free advice from the DM?
Listen, that's just something relatively obvious. Well, would we like to go downstairs and test the circus hypothesis or the dock
Doesn't necessarily have to be dock worker. It can be some sort of...
Let's test the dock worker hypothesis first. Yeah.
Okay. Well, speaking to drunk locals will be basically the easiest audience you could ever get, especially because most of these people don't actually know Sophia. Only one or two do. And the common room is made up of two separate rooms, so you can head to the room that does not contain Sophia's debtor. So you guys head downstairs. Sophia, you do need to burn 2 pence to buy beer, because it'd be weird to be in the common room without them.
Okay.
I know. And you guys can sit down at a long table. Yeah?
How much money does Sophia have on her, or at all?
Are you trying to hide your wealth, Sophia, or when you open your coin purse, can you easily see?
She will try to hide as much as she can.
Okay, well then she has at least a bag of electrum and at least a bag of copper. Because that's how much she spent money from those 2 bags.
She doesn't want to flaunt things, because even though she is still working on paying stuff back, she doesn't want to lose the little
getting
bit
robbed
that she
while
has.
you're in debt, skull emoji.
Not just that, it's like if people knows that she has a fair amount of money, it's like, well, why aren't you paying me off now? And it's like, because this is what I'd use if I could live.
Yeah, so you saw a bag. I mean, just what you would have to have seen is you saw a bag containing how much electrum, Dota?
6 now after.
Okay, 6 electrum, and then you saw a bag containing previously 50 copper coins. She'll pay 2 to the bartender, so 48 copper coins.
All right.
But yeah, you'll pay 2 pence to the bartender, get 2 drinks. This common room has like 2 large cafeteria style tables, and the 2 of you sit next to each other. So there's strangers on each side and across from you. They're not like isolating themselves, they're chatting, and you can always try to find time to slot your way into the conversation. The current topic of discussion is basically a guy talking about his sexual exploits over in the city of Lombardia, and no one at the table believes him, but it's a good story, so no one really interrupts him.
What are the details?
Well, he's standing up, like one knee like on the table, and he says, "All right, and there was this elven lass, and I swear, you think of them as tall and skinny, but what you don't realize is the curves beneath the dresses." And they're like, "Oh," and he's like, "and I swear she was as pale as a moonlit night, and she had this dark brown hair." And then one of the men at the table kind of clears his throat and says, "Horse-born half-elves don't have brown hair, you twit, they have black." And the man says, "Well, this one had brown. Maybe she dyed it. I don't know." He says, "You're lying." And he says, "Point is, she had brown hair. And I tell you, she had great tracts of land." And the kind of a roll, like a dull kind of sigh exits from one of the people. And he says, "All right, what's wrong this time?" And he says, "Well, half-elves don't have bosoms. What are you even talking about? They're as flat as a damn tree." And the storyteller kind of sits down, half dejected, and says, "Damn, Mister just won't even let me finish the story. Let me tell you, you have some experience with half-elves, do you?" And the man interrupting him kind of shrugs and says, "I don't know. Seen a couple." And there's kind of a gap in the conversation.
Eric, do I know anything about half-elf physiology from books?
Yeah, I mean, you've also met a Westbarn half-elf.
Yeah,
Westbarn half-elves are tall, skinny, pale, black hair, inbred, unhealthy, but they live for 400 years. And then basically, half-elves exist on a spectrum from that to like Galadrim half-elves, which are functionally just human, and every little bit in between.
Did he say what kind of half-elf she was?
No, but the implication was Westbarn.
I'll shout out what type of elf.
She was one of those Exeter elves, the ones that are pale and tall, live a long time. Either way, it's a fucking spoiled story. And then somebody else starts to speak up about a horseshoe that they saw fly off a horse's hoof and smack someone in the head when they were at work today. It seems to be pretty free-flowing.
Whisper to Sophia, "How did I do?"
You didn't really do much, but I guess you did well with what you did.
Exactly. I blended it.
Right.
The conversation to your left continues, and the person sitting next to you, Sophia, glances over. She's an older woman, maybe in her 40s or 50s. The man next to her looks like husband, boyfriend, something like that. And she'll look over at you, Sophia, and her husband's engaged with a conversation with the man next to him and say, "Hello there, lass."
Hello. What brings you to the city?
Oh, me and my husband are here to get some new bolts of cloth. We wanted to get something fancy. Our daughter's getting married.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah. We only have the rough spun stuff in our little town, so we're getting some nice, clean, dyed fabric, make her a beautiful wedding dress. But what brought you here to Ravenna?
Well, I'm a merchant.
Oh, wow. So you must have been all over the place then.
Mostly closer around here, but yes, traveled a fair bit.
So you're a young woman traveling all alone then?
Yes, I make do with what I was given in life.
Well, now she has a partner. I'm Wallace. I've just undertaken to be her apprentice.
She'll side-eye and dude, what the fuck?
Really? Taking an apprentice is so young. How long have you been a merchant for?
Less apprentice and more helping out family.
Family? Really?
Well, yes.
Through marriage?
No, we are distant cousins, but
Ah,
I'm trying to learn the tricks of the merchant trade, so my cousin here agreed to help.
wow, that's very kind of you, dear. What would you do before being a merchant?
I was a dock worker, but after
Really?
an
Which
injury.
city?
Eric's, what cities have I been to besides Ravenna?
Well, you were in Chalcedon, because that you had to go to and fro there to get to the mountains. That's about it.
Any cities with a dock?
Chalcedon, luckily, has a very big harbor, and it's in a different country, so.
I was a dock worker in Chalcedon.
Chalcedon! So you've been to West Exeter, then?
Eric's, that's correct.
The capital city, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know this.
That's fair. She'll nod and say, wow, that's incredible. I've never been outside of Estenia.
Yes.
Do they speak funny over there?
Yes, very funny.
Wow. Wow.
And then I'll do my best to like mimic a Chalcedon accent, kind of racist, but not too racist.
Yeah. It's a British accent. It's oi, bro, from Chalcedon, innit? I fucking love Riven Rocks. West Exeter forever. And she'll chuckle, and she'll kind of tap her husband on the shoulder, and he ignores her because he's in a conversation, and she kind of shrugs and says, well, that is just lovely. So you're a distant cousin then?
Yeah.
So what's the connection?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, like a mother's side, father's side, second cousin, third cousin, first cousin.
Father's side, and I'm not actually sure because my family were introduced me to him.
We are third cousins.
Distant relation, to be certain. I get it, though. We got a big family, almost 30 people whenever we have our reunions, and those are just in our town of Wolferdo. I mean, not to speak of the Ruggerstow branch. I mean, that must be another 30, 60 all told.
Yes. Do you socialize with them much?
What do you mean?
Do you talk to them much? Do you
Well, of
hang
course.
out?
I mean, at least the ones that live in Wolferdo. I mean, we're going to have that nice old wedding coming up. We have all the Saints' Days and all that things. The ones in Ruggerstow, I mean, there's a bit of a rivalry there, but they're still family.
And what do you do for work?
Well, my husband's a farmer.
Ah, yes.
What crop do you guys deal with?
Well, the local lord assigned us to flax this year. you know, good old flax. Always getting in your hair when you're breaking apart the seeds. I'm not envying what's coming once the harvesting season comes, but in about a month we'll be actually sowing the seeds, all provided from the Lord. Thanks to him. But well, the war a couple of years ago did a number on our fields. I mean, the burning of the crops, the seizing of the granary storages. In Wolferdo, we lost almost a quarter of our folks, most of the young people, going to Ravenna. Some went to Lavenza. And my husband will tap her on the shoulder and pull her into a conversation. You can hear snippets. They're talking about the price of cattle.
Cage.
And I think, like, unless you insert yourselves into conversations at this table, they'll largely continue along the course that they were. This is a place for kind of like networking, in a manner of speaking. So unless you actively like seek out people, they'll find other folks to talk to, because there are locals here. But as I said, the King's Coin is in this like middle ground between lower class and middle class, and it provides this opportunity for people to share rumors. It's why you're staying here in the first place, Sophia. Lots of people to talk to figure out what's happening in the kingdom, mostly regarding merchant shit.
Yeah, I want to try to get a better idea of where I can sell off this armor that I currently have.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have a niche, and it's a good niche because if you find a buyer for that armor, your profit margin is going to be great. The downside of that niche is that almost no one knows the pricing of that stuff because they don't trade in it. Like the woman next to you said she's from Wolferdo and she has some family in Ruggerstow. Those are both very close by villages. She has no idea what the pricing of armor is, like at all. So I think you can roll a charisma check here, but it's going to be at disadvantage because this is just not really the audience for that type of information. Though you could always get very lucky.
Makes sense. Charisma.
Yeah, I mean, with a 14, you will learn that Godramare, there is a person here. He is not from Godramare himself, but he's familiar with it. And he knows that the town's supply is, I think it's distinctly lacking, if I recall correctly. Yeah, the town has almost no supply of armory or armor because the local lord shut down the blacksmith a couple years ago, liquidated it to finance Mathis's war, and he hasn't rebuilt it since. So the town literally does not have a blacksmith.
Can you name of the city?
The which one?
Godramore?
Oh, Godramar. Yeah, it's a little village west of Lavenza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think also, Anatoly, as you're like shadowing Sophia through this evening, you'll kind of learn that she doesn't just walk up to someone and say like, hey, do you know any leads on armor? She says she talks to people, gets to know them a little bit, lots of small talk. Merchant conversations in Astenia have a large amount of like greasing and exchange and like never openly saying what you want because that's considered very rude. It's a lot of like, oh, do you know about this town? Or, oh, where are you from? Where have you been recently? Asking these like leading questions, mentioning, oh, well, I'm interested. I sell like armor and hoping that they fill in the gaps for you because to do so directly would be rude. And while most of her conversations end with them like politely saying that they don't know anything about armor, every once in a while she'll get hints, and most of them she ignores. It's not until she gets the one from Gojamar which says like actual prices that she seems to note it down in her journal and then move on, because a lot of the things she gets are vibes, but concrete information is the main thing she acts on. I think those are the general observations you get throughout shadowing her.
Which probably stands out more on why she gambled on the mithril stuff. It means that she probably had either good information or just the margins were so high that it was worth the risk.
Yeah. The mithril incident, Sadga. Well, I think after about 30 minutes of this, maybe an hour because you were getting some information as well, the disguise has been thoroughly tested. And you're pretty tired, Anatoly, because you just arrived back in Ravenna after doing a different task for your superior. So you're pretty tired as well. And I think that you guys can head up, exiting the common room to your respective rooms, which are right next to each other. Is there anything else you want to say before getting some sleep?
Not particularly.
No.
Alrighty, you guys kind of mumble goodnight to each other and head into your rooms to get some rest. The rests go easily enough. It's pretty loud downstairs for the next 30 or 40 minutes, but eventually it quiets down. Anatoly, you drift off into dreamland with no problems at all. And Sophia, you kind of linger for a bit. I mean, you didn't really do that much today. It was mostly walking around, gathering rumors and things like that. But eventually the revelers beneath you die down and you're able to drift off to sleep. And you have a nightmare. It's only vaguely remembered when you wake up in the morning, but you remember that you were locked in chains and you were pelted to death with coins. Those are the major things you remember from the dream. And since the previous day we started Sophia's morning, Anatoly, you wake up. What's Anatoly's morning routine look like?
Well,
before that, I just want to interject. I assume I expected a certain time for first thing in the morning. Is that the same time that Anatoly
It's
thought? Or am I
probably when
waking
the
him
sun
up?
rises, yeah.
Okay.
Because there's no clocks otherwise.
Yeah. Page.
so he's gonna wake up and he's gonna keep it shrimple. He's going to do pretty standard things. I don't know. He's gonna sit there for a bit and kind of meditate, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, I'd assume there's no plumbing and shower in the room, so
No.
I don't know what people did back in the day.
That's fair.
Just
I
kinda
mean, yeah. So
smell
you could,
bad.
if you wanted to take a shower, then or take a bath, the way you would do that is this is an intensive process, but you would essentially go inform the owner of the inn you would like to do so. Then there would be a dedicated room where they would have like large tub basins. Then they would bring water in from a well or something like that. It would be cold. That's just life. And then
It'll
you would
just
scrub
smell
yourself.
bad. It doesn't matter.
It's to smell bad. And yeah, you meditate. Do you have any books on you from your faith?
Let me check my sheet.
We're going purely off memory here of the sacred passages.
Looks like we're going purely off memory, according
Okay.
to my character sheet. Yeah.
Well then, you repeat the holy words of the Aelith. Aelith. There we go. You repeat the holy words of the Aelith through your head. The grand commentaries on the nature of the universe, on the repugnity of flesh compared to the beauty of Numas. And your meditation is removing all thought, taking over control of your mind against the base perversions of your body. And then you get dressed, you roughly scrub your teeth, and you head out of your room. You head down to the common chamber. There are one or two drunkards that are like probably up from the previous night still. They're sitting at the bar is a man with like a fur kind of mantle. And the bar like keeper's wife is also awake, and she'll look up at you descending the stairs and give you a smile that reminds you of your mother, most likely. It's a motherly smile. And she'll say, "Good morning. You must have checked in last night then."
Yes, good morning. I did check in last night.
Well, my husband can be a bit terse, so I don't know if he told you, but we do have a complimentary stew every morning, if you'd like it.
I would appreciate that, yes.
She'll pour you out a ladle of warm stew and put it in front of you. And if you like, I can get you an egg and some bread for a bit extra. A single pint.
The stew is fine.
Ah, all right then. And she'll go and continue to clean behind the counter. And I think around this time, Sophia, you awaken. You spend some time, I would imagine, collating your debts and figuring out how this whole operation is going to work out financially before you come downstairs. And you see, yeah.
Only other thing I'll add is, does the baths actually cost extra or no?
No, it doesn't cost extra. It's a part of the Electrum.
I think she'll have waken up a little bit earlier to do that than to keep up with appearances.
Great. Then rather than descending the stairs, you emerge from a side chamber. Your hair is still wet, and you see sitting at the bar is Anatoly.
Good morning.
Morning to you. Glad you're an early riser. I was worried I might have to wake you.
No, I am quite used to getting up early.
Olga will walk over to the two of you and say, "Morning, Sophia. Would you like a bowl?"
Yes, please.
All
How's your
right.
morning been?
Oh, well, in the second common room, somebody vomited last night, but you know how it is.
I know.
Plus, I heard a rumor last night that the price of nails here in the city, 4 pence cheaper than over in Volford.
Something I should look into then.
Glad you see wisdom. She walks over to a pot and scoops out a ladle and hands you the warm bowl.
Thank you.
Do you know each other?
Yes, this is a long-distance cousin of mine that I recently got reunited with, or I guess more so met for the first time through some family.
That's lovely. You got the same hair.
Yes,
Running
we
the family.
Ah, my mother used to say that red hair meant you had giant's blood.
Well, I don't think much of our family resemble giants.
I don't know, he seems pretty tall.
do. Yes, but I'm not wide like a giant.
suppose that's true. Are you going to be staying again tonight?
No, we will be heading off today.
Oh, where are you headed this time? Another trip to Lavenza? Westward to Lombardia?
Let me check again. Which direction's Hampshire in from here?
East.
Heading to some small towns east of here. Got a couple tips we're gonna follow up on.
Ah. Well, I hope it goes well.
Me
My
too.
my husband mentioned to me last night some well, you know, he can be hard, but I think he's worried about you. Have you gotten in some sort of trouble?
Just the trade of the merchant isn't always highs. There's some lows.
Well, be careful.
Thank you. I am. Don't worry.
He'll nod and head back to the counter to continue to clean some things. Is it time to head out?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say to Sophia, the stew is very good.
It's not bad. Is the stew particularly any good, or does it seem weird that he's saying that?
I mean, the stew at its default is just warm, normal stew without any meat in it, but maybe that's Anatoly's type, you know? Maybe he loves stew.
Sophia, roll me a perception check.
Holy moly. She's delving into the depths of his soul.
You will notice he seems to enjoy it more than that first wine last night, which he kind of didn't like. It was too sweet, despite being fancy.
She'll be a little bit more surprised by it, but she won't pry.
Well, after finishing off your 2 bowls of complimentary stew, you head out to the stables, and there is a stable hand employed by the inn, but your electrum pays for it. You head over into a stall and recover 2 sleek gray horses. Sleek because their coats have been brushed, not because they're particularly healthy. All they've been eating for the last month is a millet, which is not great. And you guide by the reins your 2 horses over to the barn attached behind the back, which contains your cart. You're lucky it's a merchant. This is a inn dedicated, essentially, primarily, their big customer base is merchants. Again, it's why you picked it in the first place. So you have access to these types of facilities. And Anatoly, do you think you would have ridden a horse before?
Ridden a horse, probably not, but been around them, sure.
Okay. Well, then, Sophia, what are the names of your horses? Real stumper.
You wouldn't take a horse up in the mountains, would you?
Likely not, no.
Yeah.
What makes you... What led to that question? What are you thinking? Or are they nameless? Do you just use them as interchangeable weight carriers?
Lean more towards being nameless.
Unit 1 and Unit 2.
Not like she's unfriendly towards them, it's just that they're more fools than pets.
Okay. Well, you guide the 2 gray speckled horses to the barn and begin the process of slowly hitching them to the cart. Do you have Anatoly assist you?
Not unless he offers.
Do you offer?
What is she doing again exactly?
She's hitching the horses to her cart.
like tying the rope around.
Yeah,
Sure,
setting
I'll
up the
offer.
harnesses and the bridle and all those things.
I'll offer to help. Yeah.
Well, then it is a learning opportunity because you've never done anything like this. This is the most manual labor you've done in your entire life. It is not complicated, but there is a series of ropes and pulleys, and Sophia kind of guides you through the process of getting the bit into the horse's mouth without making it uncomfortable and cinching down the cables enough to, not the cables, the ropes, to stay onto the horse, but not like hurt its sides as it walks. And a lot of it's like personal preference based. And eventually, the two of you are up into the seating area of the wagon. Looking into the back, Anatoly, you can see there's a tarp covering the whole thing, but when you peek underneath it, you can see glittering silver, like steel chain armor, and then sets of leather that have been like wrapped in like a thin kind of paper to keep them from water damage. And that's basically it. There's a couple barrels back there that take up some space. There's a bit of chain, bit of rope, and a little pile of what looks to be like dry dog kibble type food. And that's about all there is. So, where to?
I wanted to go towards. Where was the town in direction to us?
Yeah, I'll give you the name of the three most adjacent towns. Those being Wolferdo, Aldemonte, and Verdaterra. And I will quickly... Yeah, there you go. Should be able to see them now.
And then where was the one that was most likely to sell my armor off?
Those would be the forts. So any of those fort icons on the map should probably be willing to purchase your goods.
Forts being the towers?
Yeah, forts being the towers. So there's 6 of them between you and Hampshire.
6 of them.
The closest being Fortada de Esmelio, which you did not get any particular information on, I don't think. Let me check your sheet. Oh, no, yeah. You know that Forteza... No. Yeah, you don't have any information on Fortada de Emelio, but it is a fort, so...
One moment. Where is Roca di Melazuna?
You are not exactly sure.
Well,
Some of these locations, you know of their
west.
names, you just don't know where they are.
I don't know if it's east or west of the city either.
No, just that it's around there. You'll probably need to be asking for directions as you travel. And for an idea of how far you can travel, you can move about 20 miles a day.
Okay, I think we'll start with just Fortada since we're heading towards Hampshire anyway.
Alrighty, let's do a little measure. That is 30 miles away, so you will likely want to stop at a place between you and there for a night's rest.
Aldemont it is.
Alrighty, because you...
Actually, let me just double check the sheet quick. Aldemont.
Yeah, feel free. While you're looking at that, I will say, as a solo traveler in the past, you have literally never once slept outside of a town because it is just like insanely dangerous. There's not, in your lifetime, Ascenia has been largely peaceful. There's not that many bandits, but like, why would you ever sleep outside of an inn or tavern and risk your life like that? Too many bad stories of people being taken away.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I think Aldemont is a good place to start.
Well then, the two of you guys on cart back, begin to slowly clip-clop your way out of Ravenna. It is an early March morning. The rain is already starting to patter down. People are starting, like the stages set up for St. Audle Day are getting ready. Actors are like gathering behind it. You can see puppets and other things like that being prepared. And how do you explain to Anatoly about where you're headed?
I'll basically just say, on the way to Hampshire, I'm trying to get rid of the little bit of inventory I still have at a decent price, so we're going to be stopping at a couple forts along the way.
All right.
Alrighty. When you leave Ravenna and you head out into the Estenian countryside, I think that Anatoly, you start to learn something about your own country, which you did know. I mean, you have spent time in the countryside for sure, but it was largely in a very particular type of countryside, which is estates. What you pass through now is not estates, it's like the actual countryside, which is basically every mile there's a village. Obviously, all those aren't depicted on the map because that would be cumbersome. Instead, what is listed on the map here are major locations. So most of these villages are like only a couple hundred people. We're talking every single mile, just a little spattering, and individual houses with large tracts of land. Estenia is very densely populated. The only kingdom that has more dense populations than Estenia is Exeter, which is crazy dense. That place is practically Renaissance in its level of density. So there's no shortage of people and things to look at as you travel. And at about 10 a.m., as you are nearing your midday stop, because you won't get to Aldamonte until early evening, likely, or maybe mid-afternoon, you're kind of passing by a small town, and a person in kind of gray fettered robes who's just like sitting at a roadside shrine will stand up and walk to your cart, which is moving at, like 3 miles an hour. And he'll look up towards you, Sophia, since you're the driver, and say, "Alms for the Order of the Healing Tree." And he'll shake a little upside down metal helmet, which has a couple coppers in it.
I will drop a copper piece.
He takes the copper piece and says, "Thank you, the people of your country, thank you." And he'll walk around the cart as it continues to slowly clip along.
I'll say, I see how you lost all your money.
I'd rather not get mugged later for being a little bit selfish.
He'll walk around the cart to Anatoly's side and shake the helmet at you. "Alms! Alms for the Order of the Healing Tree."
I do not have any money.
He looks at you with skeptical eyes and continues to shake the helmet.
She'll drop in a second copper piece for him.
He nods his head in thanks, then returns to the roadside shrine.
This came up at the restaurant too. Why do you not have any money on you?
No, I did not suddenly find some in my bed last night.
Right, but why didn't you bring any in the first place?
Well, you have money, don't you?
Not that I'm trying to get rid of it. I assume with whatever business we're dealing in, you should have funds of your own.
I know someone who owes me quite a few funds.
Which is already being worked on. Don't need to add more to that, right?
If we're operating as merchants, we should pool our money anyways.
She'll seem like she's not getting anywhere with the conversation and just kind of let it go. Just to confirm as well, because I meant to interrupt. It didn't seem like the guy touched the cart at all, right?
No, he was just walking around to the other side to
Okay.
shake the hat at Anatoly. You guys continue to...
I'm gonna say they're never going to heal everyone, you know.
What'd you say?
They're never going to heal everyone. That Order of the Healing Tree.
Oh, that's not the reason I gave them money. You find out pretty fast on your travels that if you're, we'll say, stingy, you'll end up in a lot more worse situations than just giving a little bit here and there.
Were they robbers masquerading as members of the Healing Tree?
Not necessarily, but doesn't mean that they wouldn't be willing to if we showed that we were unwilling to help.
Mm.
A little bit of coin goes a long way to like that.
You continue to pass through rolling countryside of green grass and fields that are getting tilled in preparation for planting, though it's not quite there yet. It's still too high of a chance of a cold snap running through and killing everything. And you pass by a village at around noon. It's good enough to, slow down your cart. It actually has a little courtyard in the center of the town with a little tree planted in the middle and a little stage. And as you slow your cart to reach into the back and start to eat your dry rations, Sophia, you lift the tarp and crawl back to go get some dry food. And Anatoly, you can see that about half the town is gathered around a little wooden stage where they're performing one of the great tales of Saint Otto to celebrate his feast day. Even a little town like this hosts a celebration. And even from this distance, just by like the shitty costumes they're wearing, you can tell that it is the story of Otto and the werewolf.
Hit me with it, boss.
Do you go and join the crowd, or are you just doing this purely from your own recollections?
I will join the crowd, but I will critique any historical inaccuracies in my head.
Well, it's going to be filled with them. Because it's being played for a comedy, which is not what the original story was. You hop off the cart and walk away, and by the time Sophia pokes her head back up with the dry food, you're like 200 feet away in the crowd. And it's a short little performance. It's about 20 minutes. And it depicts Sir Otto. In this play, he is depicted by a young man of like 14 years old, dressed normally, but he has a big pillow in his back to give him a hunchback as a depiction of his physical deformity. But he has his chin held high, and he has a little wooden sword, and he walks into a castle, and he says, "Yonder, hear thee, who needs aid within this, and the young man forgets his line, and everyone laughs, and he says, "Within this domicile." And a man comes over, covered in what is clearly strawberry jam, but is probably meant to be blood, and he says, "Oh, everyone's been getting eaten, it's been so strange." And everyone laughs, and the story continues like that, with essentially it being incredibly obvious there's only one person left in this castle. He's obviously the werewolf that's been eating everyone, but Sir Otto asks him point blank, and the man says no, and Otto believes him. He doesn't want to call a man who is so, fervently believes this truth a liar, so he continues to search for the werewolf. He protects the man, and eventually, after 3 nights of this, the full moon rises, the man transforms into a werewolf, and as Otto is about to die, Sir Floris shows up and in a single stroke runs the werewolf through and kills him. Now, the original story is, of course, not this silly, but this is its depiction in most forms of modern plays, where Otto is played as a fool, as a cripple, as a object of mock and ridicule, despite being a Jade Paladin. And Sophia, this is a relatively long performance, so after getting your lunch rations and spotting Anatoly in the crowd, what are you doing?
Probably looking for anyone that stands out in terms of, looks a little bit more wealthy or well-dressed or anything like that.
There is not anyone like that in the crowd.
Gotcha. No one seems to have, their cart nearby or with them either.
Nope. You're the lone peddler in the square.
Okay. Then I think she'll just mostly be on guard to just keep her coin purse safe.
All right. Well, you sit in the seating area of the peddler's cart, and Anatoly, the play finally ends, and the actor of Otto, the 14-year-old, the actor of the werewolf, his dad, and his brother, who played Sir Floris, all go onto the stage and give a bow, and the whole town claps. And the mother, who's in the first row, says, "You did great, honey. You did great."
I won't clap, but I won't say anything either.
All right.
Just gonna sit there mauling about it.
Well, the crowd begins to disperse, and they were on just a little wooden stage, and the father picks up the wooden stage, and him and his boys begin to return to their home.
All right, we'll go back to the cart.
Yeah, Sophia is sitting on the the driver's stoop, eating some of the dry food from within the back of the rations of the cart.
Anything interesting?
Nothing good.
Doesn't seem like there's much folk to really talk to around here for what I was looking for, so we'll probably just leave first thing in the morning and on to the next.
Yes.
Well, you're not all the way in Aldemonte. This is just a lunch break, so after a bit of eating of a snack, you can return to your travels. throughout from basically 12 to 4, you're on the road again. The horses have to stop at a point. And the villages here are largely prosperous. This area was not hit particularly hard by the Mathis's War a couple of years ago, and you're nowhere even near Hampshire, so it's been peaceful for decades, essentially. And eventually, the town of Aldemonte comes into view. Aldemonte is small. It's actually not that much bigger than any of the villages you've been through. The difference is that, one, it has a sign that says its name. Therefore, it is more important than the other villages you came across because you actually know what it's called. Secondly, it has a town square with an inn, which makes it unique as well. And thirdly, you see that there are currently 2 empty wagons in, like, 2, or not empty, but like 2 unmounted carts parked beside the inn, and there's a pretty mean looking guy. He's like bald, scar on his face, big bulky leather armor, sitting on the stoop of one of the carts.
Sorry, repeat that one more time.
Yeah, there's an inn, and there's 2 carts beside it, and there's a guy who looks pretty rough sitting on the back of one of the carts, and you're in Aldemonte.
Can I tell what's in his cart from here?
Both carts are covered with tarps, as is standard practice.
Are they like trying to get their... Are there horses with the cart already, or are they already like...
No, the horses have been brought into the stable connected to the inn.
Okay. For now, I'll just... when I walk by them, probably roll a perception check and just see if they look like they're carrying weapons, or if they seem to have...
Well, there's only one person guarding the carts. The owners of the carts are likely inside.
Oh, I see. Then yeah, I think same thing. While I'm walking past them, take the horse away.
Sure. Yeah, you alongside Anatoly pull your cart up into the area and park it. And the guy sitting on the back of the wagon isn't hiding any weapons. He is openly carrying a club in his hands. And at his side, there's a dagger. But neither of these are like hidden. They are intimidation to prevent people from fucking with the carts. And as you pull your cart up, he'll kind of hop off the back of one of the other carts and walk over to you and say, probably to Anatoly, he'll say, "Is this your cart?"
This is our cart, yes.
All right, well, I'm working for the owner of that cart over there to guard his pit as he travels. For a fee, I could guard yours tonight as well.
I'll look at Sophia.
Does it seem like is he being more pushy about it in terms of like, hey, like if you don't, it'll be like an or else situation, or does it just seem like a friendly offer?
When someone's offering to protect your shit for money and they're holding a club in their hands, it's very rarely friendly.
Fair enough. I think she'll just ask then, how much?
What you carrying?
She will... I forget about like the general price of like things. Let me look real quick. How many pence is a silver piece again?
20.
He doesn't seem like he's super well off.
No, he has leather armor.
How much
and a
would
club.
like a meal generally cost?
At a really cheap place, like a pence.
And a pence is just copper?
Yeah.
She will... I don't want to not pay because I feel like it might fuck us over. So she'll just say, a few pence.
You're carrying a few pence in your cart?
Oh, no, sorry. I was saying what I was willing to offer. No, we're...
I was thinking of silver. You know, these countryside inns, you can't trust them. You know, you get all sorts of local ruffians around towns like these looking to take advantage of you fine city folk leaving all your stuff out here unguarded.
And then how much pence? You said 20, right? How about 10 pence then?
Heaven.
Gives you.
I could get 10 in a
milk
game
for
of
a week.
knucklebones. No point in wasting my own hide to protect your things for 10 pence.
But you're also having to split up your time between this cart and that cart.
I'll be sitting in the middle cart. I'll see all your things just fine. I'm just saying, if a thief comes along and steals your things, I'm not going to go hunt him down and risk my own hide for 10 pence. 20 pence. Now, that's a different conversation.
Okay. She will be careful about pulling out the money. She'll pay it in copper.
Well, luckily for you, you have a copper bag that's already like half empty. So as far as he's concerned, you only have 40 bucks. So he'll take 20 and count them out, and he'll kind of look at the copper and look at it under the light of the setting sun, and he'll nod and say, "All right, any young hooligans come poking around and I'll clobber them."
Many thanks. And what's your name?
Leopold.
She'll offer her hand. Sophia.
He reaches out past Anatoly, shakes your hand. So, you're the brains of the operation, huh?
Yep. The head of the cart.
Looks over at Anatoly. He your, husband or something?
No, cousin.
He shrugs. And walks out to the second cart and hops on the back of it and begins to whistle.
She'll just let out like a long sigh and then go into the inn.
Yeah. Anatoly, I assume you follow behind.
Yeah.
All right. The two of you guys head inside, and these types of like roadside inns have a completely different vibe to the King's Coin. It's like one narrow hallway. Upstairs will be rooms. They'll charge you nickel and dime you for everything, including caring for your horses, letting your cart park there. And you head over to the counter. The man who runs it is he has a long kind of like curly white mustache that completely obscures his lips, and he'll look at you and Anatoly, and then look towards Anatoly and say, "Good evening, sir. What do you need?"
We would like 2 rooms, please.
All right then. Just for tonight.
Yes.
Anything else?
How much are 2 rooms? She'll like butt in. How much are 2 rooms?
2 silver.
And
You
one
pay
room,
for
1
laundry
silver?
and for food.
Do you have 1 room with 2 beds for 1 silver, or is it also 2?
Also 2. You'll likely be sharing a room if we get filled to capacity.
Rooms it is then.
I think I heard some creaking outside and some whinnying of horses. You got a cart?
Yes, 2 horses.
An
with
electrum for the cart and a silver for each of the horses.
it. Jesus, is that standard or no?
It's a bit inflated, but again, these countryside inns can kind of afford to nickel and dime you on every single service because there's nowhere else to go.
Okay.
Unless you want to sleep out in the countryside.
Nah, I don't think she has room to haggle then. She'll pay it.
Yep, that's a total of 1 electrum and 4 silver.
I don't think I have access to actually edit the sheet.
You can edit your own character sheet, and I'll just keep it updated with that.
Cage.
Cage.
My own character sheet also needs to be updated then.
Yeah, we should use your character sheet to track the money generally.
Yeah.
Actually, I should just give you edit permissions on the document. There you go.
6.
You have edit permissions in the document. Congratulations.
How much did he say? 1 electrum and then what?
1 electrum and 4 silver.
4 silver.
Alrighty. You also have editing permissions on the spreadsheet now if you want it.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Just wait until Valoros merchants learn about fees, man.
All right, yeah, you hand over the coin and he nods. The other 2 merchants who pulled up their carts must have already gone up to the rooms because they're not in the little bar area. He tells you have to go out back and bring your horse into the stable as well. They don't employ a stable boy, so all the stable boy activities you need to do. So you head back outside of the building. The Leopold's still sitting on the back of the cart, and you guide your horses into the stable. And I mean, Sophia, you're not super familiar with horses, but enough that you can treat them, which is you need to brush their coats, you need to feed them some food, etc., etc. You do have 2 horses, and you do have another body here, so are you having Anatoly deal with the other horse?
While she's dealing with the first horse, she's kind of eyeball him to see what his reaction is. Does he seem like he's wanting to try to approach or learn, or is it kind of just waiting for me to finish?
I don't know. I think he's curious, so like he'll be looking curiously. Yeah.
Did you want to help me out with the other horse?
What does it require? Just brushing them?
Mostly, yeah. Just brushing, feeding, general check over of them.
I suppose. And Eric, do any of these tasks require strength?
Not particularly.
Okay.
So you watch as Sophia does it, and then you can roughly recreate it. Now, the problem is the animals, they're not consistent. One horse acts differently to the other, which is annoying to you, Anatoly, because as you attempt to brush his neck...
Because he's autistic.
Anatoly or the horse?
Both, probably. I don't know.
The horse does not react well to your initial brushing, and Sophia has to walk in and show you how this horse likes it different. It actually likes it like behind the ears first. It's a whole thing. But eventually you finish all the tasks, and the 2 of you, smelling intensely of horse, return to the bar. Leopold's still sitting on the back of the carts as you return, and he'll kind of give you a awkward salute. And head inside the bar.
Yeah. She'll give a friendly wave as she passed by him.
Yeah. Sleepy time? Or would you like to learn about the local market?
I'm going sleepy time.
Okay, well, as you step inside, Anatoly immediately begins to climb the stairs, but Sophia, you do not need to join him. He has his own room.
Try to briefly do some schmoozing before bed.
Well, the only person to schmooze with is the bartender / owner of the inn. Old man, little white mustache that fully covers his lips, and as you sit down, he'll say, "What do you have?"
Is it beer or ale that's more common?
Typically beer.
Beer. Okay. Just a beer, please.
4 pence.
Does that seem more steep as well?
It's 4 times more expensive than the King's Corner.
Oh, do you guys have some sort of special brew here?
No.
She'll kind of like awkwardly laugh and then pay the 4 pence.
I'll collect it and pour out a pretty shitty looking beer. There's little floating particulates in it.
Yeah, she's gonna try to keep from buying things then or offering to pay for things like that in this area.
The nature of the countryside. This is every time you're gonna stop.
Yeah, I think she'll just strike up general conversation at first, and then if anything catches interest on like the weather around here, the general sentiment of the people, if there's like a lord or anything that rules over this land.
There is indeed. Yeah, I mean, he's a really grumbly guy. Like, he's very, everything shit. The weather shit. Harvest shit. Barren shit. Life shit. His daughter's a whore. Everything sucks. Yeah.
From the barren side of things, what do I get from that?
All he says, like, the sum of that conversation, it's like talking to like a fucking boulder. His response is, Baron's a real piece of work. Can't even lead cavalry. Back in my day, barons like him were real men. Soldiers.
Oh, do you guys have any local armorers or blacksmiths around here?
Armorers and blacksmiths. We have one who makes nails and the like, but that's about it. No armorers, no weaponsmiths.
Guess you guys don't have much need for it here in the countryside, huh?
Maybe the Baron does. Of course, us common folk don't.
Do you know what the Baron gets his weapons then if you guys don't make them?
He shrugs.
There's probably no way for me to actually get a way to meet with him, so I don't think there's too much you can really pry out from this guy.
All right.
Besides the local weather is probably a good thing to find out.
Yeah, I think through the conversation of local weather, you also... Oh, you already know this information. Never mind. I was going to say through the conversation of weather, you'd learn the pricing of food, but you already have the pricing of food in Altamonte, which is harvest from last year was okay, but they're being moved towards cash crops this year, so like they're willing to pay a bit more for food in advance. But you don't have much food, aka none. So not much you can do there. I will say also, getting a meeting with the Baron as a peddler is not as hard as you'd think. I mean, tonight, not possible, but in the general scheme of things, they need shit. they need shit all the time, and sometimes very niche goods as well. So the only way to get those are from wandering peddlers, unless they want to go like all the major city. So especially as you get more out into the countryside, you shouldn't. It should be pretty easy to meet with a local lord to sell them some shit.
How do you typically even do that, though? Like,
you would essentially, through either a local or just going to his house, talk to his chamberlain, master servant. Nobles have 10,000 different people that you can interface with. You have long since given up trying to figure out the exact title, but you just say, hey, I got some stuff to sell. And if they're interested, they will be. If not, they won't be.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you can just set up your cart and hope that reputation kind of spreads.
What time is it right now?
Oh, it's late. It's like, you got here at 4, you kind of pedaled around. So it's like 5, going on 6.
Okay. I'm going to, if they offer it, bathe tonight and then try to wake up early to go see if I can offer the Baron the armors that I have.
They do offer it. It costs 8 pence.
Okay.
They're going to bleed you dry.
I think just because I'm meeting with the Baron, I don't think it's worth it.
They'll offer you a perfumed bath for 1 silver.
Nope.
Alrighty. Unlike most places, you have to do it entirely yourself. They do have buckets and a bathtub and all that stuff. You go draw the water from the well and bring it in and toss it in. It takes like dead ass an hour and a half to do this whole process on your own. And by the end, you are cold and wet, and you head upstairs. Anatoly is long since asleep, and you get into bed. You haven't burned through a gold yet. I mean, you're basically still rich, if you think about it. Do you have any thoughts as to where to take on more cargo, or are you going to try to sell everything you currently have before taking on anything else?
If I can sell stuff with the Baron, then I will look into buying stuff here, because I feel like he will both be the place that I should look at to buy and to sell, so we'll see how that goes.
Reasonable enough. Well, you go to bed, and the next morning, both of you awaken. It is, on this March morning, snowy, which is a big reason why they're not planting, because random, like, severe weather changes happen in March here. So a light snow is coming down. Separately, you both find yourself down at the, Anatoly heads down a bit first, Sophia a bit afterwards. Anatoly, are you oh no, you're broke, never mind. You're just sitting at the counter waiting until Sophia descends the stairs.
I was planning on, I don't know how early is considered early, but I wanted to try to get a little bit earlier to head over to the Baron's place.
Dawn is the earliest you can reasonably expect anyone to be awake.
Okay.
Other than like bakers and like specific career professionals, but normal people are not going to be awake before dawn.
Gotcha.
Okay. Well then, Sophia, you descend downstairs and see Anatoly at the counter. He doesn't know the plan for the day. Or the day.
Jill nod at him and go kind of just motion for him to follow.
I'll follow.
Okay. Out where your cart was, you can see that it doesn't look like it's been pilfered. Your tarp is still in place, but you don't see Leopold anywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check the cart then.
Yeah, you lift up the tarp and all your shit's there.
Okay.
You probably just went to bed after a certain point.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, then she'll just breathe a sigh of relief, and then what, Wallace, or should I call you Wallace, or should I call you Anatoly?
In what context?
Yeah, I guess probably better to call you Wallace then. Just to get in the habit of it. She'll just start talking and just say like, well, Wallace, I was hoping to get rid of some of this inventory that I already have today with the Baron, if possible. Not only probably make the journey a little bit easier, but it seems like the town's probably more in need of it than most of the places we're going to come across. Since I don't know if the forts that we'll be coming across will pay any more than what I need. So, if you'd like to come along, you can, but it'll be mostly me talking.
Yes, that will be good for me to learn. Do villages like this often need armor?
That's what I'm hoping for. Then I will take the horses and the carts and everything to the... I guess I don't necessarily know where the birthplace is, so
It's going to
I'll
be pretty
probably...
obvious because it's a castle.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll head in that direction with my warriors.
Yeah, I mean, so Estenia practices feudalism. Every village will be ruled by either a baron or, in rare cases, a count, like a distant count, but most cases it'll be ruled by a baron. Really big cities get like burgomeisters and shit, but not villages like this. The baron's castle will be a typically motte and bailey design, very simple. There is like a hole in the ground that forms the moat. There's no water in it, it's just like earth. Then there will be either like palisade walls, or if they're really fancy, stone walls, and then inside there will be a keep, always made of stone. In this case, the wall is made of palisades, so you can see like the distant outline of the castle. It's a constant, ever-present reminder both for the people living here and the wider world that this is power. Power is a stone castle. So on your little horse, you clip clop along a first cobbled road when you're in the little village proper, and then a dirt road to get the rest of the way. You stop before the drawbridge, which is currently raised, and there's no one there. Like, you're just kind of sitting there at the moment. But eventually, after a couple minutes, a footman will... It's very crunchy, Jackson. It's very crunchy noises.
Yes.
A footman will walk up onto the ramparts of the little palisade wall and kind of spot your cart sitting there. Hello?
Hello, I am a merchant. Was hoping to meet with the Baron. Is he available?
I'll go ask.
Thank you.
And he'll descend the rampart, and you know, it's a slow-moving machine. He's probably asking a chamberlain who talks to the Baron, etc., etc. It's a whole thing. And then about 25 minutes later, the drawbridge lowers, and on the other side, there are two men-at-arms, and then a tired-looking man. He's in about his 40s, like kind of salt and pepper beard and hair. He wears a fine cloak with a little fur mantle around his shoulders and a signet ring. And one of the men-at-arms will wait for you to come inside, and the fur-cloaked man alongside another man-at-arms will kind of step into the middle of the area. The courtyard of this castle is very small. It's like 20 feet by 40 feet. It's just not that big. But they'll wait for you to cross the bridge.
Okay, I'll cross.
And your cart rattles across the bridge into the courtyard, and then it's lifted up behind you. The two men-at-arms will step on either side, and the man in the fur cloak will kind of say, "Well, who are you?"
My name is Sophia Turner. I'm a merchant with some armors I was hoping to see if you're interested in.
Armor?
Yes, both leather and chain.
Oh, bring it out.
He'll take off the tarp and bring out one of the chain pieces and one of the leather pieces, just kind of like give an example of what the condition.
Yeah. He'll walk over to the back of your cart and like lift up one of the arms of the chain. He kind of gives it a critical eye. Did you get these from Ravenna?
I forget where I got them from. What was it again?
Oh, it was where you bought them, Ravenna. It's where you just came from.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's where I've just come from.
Good enough quality. I don't need the leathers, but I'll take 7 sets of chain off your hands.
One moment. Do we have the...
My Chamberlain will deal with the specifics of the pricing.
Much appreciated.
He'll gesture towards the 2 men-at-arms who remove the 6 sets of chain from the back of your cart. This is definitely a nobleman. I mean, obviously the signet ring gives that away, but also the fact that he basically just stole your shit without giving you any money for it. But he is a nobleman, but they don't outright steal from... Well, they do outright steal from merchants, but not in this case. His Chamberlain descends, a man around his age, maybe a bit younger. The Chamberlain will walk up to the back of the cart where you're just kind of waiting as you watch your chainmail leave you, and he'll say, "Hello, all right, 6 sets of chain. I believe a fair rate for that would be 8,000 pence per."
The price on my sheet currently is how much I paid per.
Yeah.
Yes, that would do. That would do quite perfect.
He raises an eyebrow. He seems suspicious of your lack of haggling.
I think it's enough profit margin that she's fine with it.
He still seems suspicious. He'll say, "Is there something defective with this batch?"
No, I'm just going to be traveling for a bit, so I'm trying to lighten the load some before we head off.
Did you acquire it at market rate? Is it from a battlefield?
No, it was at market rate and is not a part of any battles or anything.
7,500 then.
She'll counter 7,750.
7,750. You seem quite pleased with 8,000, which means your market rate must be far lower than I thought. 760.
Wait, 760?
Yeah, 7,600.
Oh. She'll think about it for a second. Yeah, that should work.
All right. I believe he took 6 sets from your cart.
I thought he said 7.
He looks into the back of your cart and sees 3 remaining and looks over at the men-at-arms and walks away and comes back and says, 7. Well, that's, what is that? 53 gold, 2 electrum owed to you? Do you have a denomination preference?
No, just whatever you have.
All right, then. He'll return a little bit later with a filled bag of gold to the brim, which is 50 gold coins, and an additional 32 electrum pieces, and you are down to 3 sets of chain. You sold for 7,600 pence per, which is not bad. Alrighty. Well, as the Chamberlain kind of wraps up the sale, he says, "Well, I'll go inform one of the men-at-arms to lift the drawbridge."
Before we leave, are you guys have any wares that you're also selling?
No armor or weapons. We're in a dearth at the moment.
No, other things.
Oh. He kind of thinks for a moment. I believe that, not really. I think that, we're in between harvesting seasons at the moment. I think, maybe you could find some rope. I think that, if I recall correctly, the Rope Makers Guild overproduced last year, so maybe something like that, but I'm not sure if there's anything else.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate your business then.
Yes. He'll gesture to some men-at-arms who will go over and slowly, winch by winch, lower the drawbridge, and you're able to depart. Anatoly, you were essentially silent throughout the whole process, as Sophia indicated. Did you learn much?
Not much good. I'll ask her. Is that a common tactic?
We don't really have much bargaining here, unfortunately, and it's already a fair amount above the rate that I got him at, so I'm just trying to offload to hopefully not have to worry about paying as much quote-unquote protection money at these places we'll be stopping at like we did yesterday.
Yes, but to sell it for less than he initially offered you, is there a reason for that?
They just don't have much of a bargaining chip. If they're not willing to pay more, then me arguing any further might have made him pay even less.
It seems like he expected you to argue. Perhaps if you had maintained at 8,000, it would have reassured him.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting them to be so on guard for the rate that I may have gotten it at.
So what was to keep him from simply lowering it further?
Not much besides the loss of business as a whole, because we're going to be traveling to other forts. I doubt we're going to get a much better rate at those, so if you would have gone any lower, I probably would have declined the trade at all.
Is it common for them to take the goods before we agree to a price, or is that unusual as well?
For nobles, yeah, they typically have the funds and negotiation or bargaining chips, I should say, to set the price. So most of the time they are willing to just take it and then pay later.
Very well.
Well, with a little lesson on the coercive power of the nobility, you continue your day's travel. You do learn from signs that Ruggerstow is to your northeast, Volferdo and Ruggerstow. But Fortada de Esmelio is not even a full day's travel. In fact, you'll probably get there at around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, which means you can probably avoid stopping for lunch. The travel to Fortada is relatively pleasant. This area of countryside is not filled with much danger or threat. It's actually largely lightly forested terrain. And as you travel across the countryside, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. You continue to travel along the rolling country lanes of Estenia. A chill bit of travel. And eventually, in the early afternoon, around 1 or 2 p.m., slowly a fort comes into sight. Now, a fort is distinguished from a castle primarily due to its size. A fort will hold a full-time garrison of several knights rather than just the singular that most castle holds, or maybe a couple. And this one, Portada de Emilio, is actually quite sizable. There's a small town that's kind of cropped up. Like, the town that's grown up around this fort is about 2 times bigger than Aldamente, and the fort itself is about 4 times bigger. There are scorpions positioned on the wall, 2 of them. There is like a whole internal, like, multiple buildings. There's a stable, there's barracks, there's this whole like lively atmosphere built around this castle. The drawbridge is down, soldiers kind of patrol the street. When I say soldiers, these men would be employed previously by the king, now they'd be employed by the Regency Council to keep order in the surrounding area. And as your cart pulls up, there's a decent number of other peddlers in town. Some of them have like turned their carts into shops on the side of the road. Other ones have pulled up to inns or taverns. These are generally seen as like hubs of safety amidst the wilderness. And so whenever you can stop at one, most people do. And where are we headed? We got plenty of time. It's only like 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
I think we'll start off by going to a local bar and trying to get a little bit more information on the price of armor and weapons around here before we're going into negotiation or anything.
Do you want to speak to a fellow merchant or try to get that information from locals?
Start with locals, and if that's not getting any results, then try merchant.
There is a local tavern for travelers, specifically for merchants, because it has spaces to accommodate carts and horses. You tie up your horses to a post after removing their harnesses, and you stop your cart. Do you leave Anatoly with the cart while you deal with all the purchasing stuff, or do you think it's going to be pretty safe?
Yeah, I'll leave Anatoly with the cart.
Okay. You head inside. For your cart and 2 rooms, it will cost you 2 electrum.
Okay.
This, the common room is actually pretty lively. There's a mixture of, it's mostly travelers. A couple of off-duty soldiers that you can tell because they carry weapons like openly at their hips, mostly spears, which are like resting on the wall beside them. But there's a decent number of travelers. There's at least 2 other merchants. You see some local folk. You see some like mercenary type fellows who probably sell out their services to guard caravans. It's a very common profession.
Okay. I'll probably strike up a conversation with anyone that looks a little bit more like one of the mercenaries or someone that's a little bit more rough and tumbled at first.
Yeah. You can see there is a mercenary sitting over near the fire. Again, he's notable as a mercenary because he has a weapon openly displayed. The difference between him and a soldier is that he has a sword at his waist, which makes him pretty distinctly not a soldier. Swords are typically restricted to nobility or adventurers. Sumptuary laws kind of make an exception for adventurers. And you can go and sit down beside him. He'll kind of glance over, give you a nod, and return to looking at the fire.
She'll, I guess, just strike up a conversation with just kind of like thinking how to start it. Does he look particularly like more wealthy or anything?
No. He's wearing studded leather armor, sword at his side, a couple scars on his arms and face. Pretty standard mercenary stock.
Okay. I'll probably just start with like, or I guess, first off, have I been to a lot of forts before?
Every once in a while. Typically, they have like local smithies or other merchants in your specific field go to these forts. So you've never gotten like a crazy huge profit at them. They're just reliable. So yeah, you've been to a couple.
Okay. Are mercenaries pretty typical to see at them?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if he doesn't seem super talkative, I can't think of a great way to open up, really, so I'll probably go more towards any merchant folk.
As you cross the common room, a young man with wearing leather armor and kind of a dagger at his hip and a sword beside it, he'll walk up to you and say, "Hey there, you look like you're a merchant, right?"
Yes, and yourself?
Any protection? Any chance you're in the market for a bodyguard?
Not at the moment.
Well, at least let me buy you a drink.
That was very kind of you.
And you go to a small table and he'll, spend a copper to get you a drink here. These are more reasonable prices. And he'll get one for himself as well and say, "So where are you headed?"
Heading to Luvenza. Got a long ways to go.
You going by way of Godramar?
Which one's Godramar on the map? Do I know?
I don't think you know.
Just whatever is along the way. Not as familiar with the route.
So it's a little village east of here. Do you normally take the coastal route? Have you been to Luvenza before?
I think I mostly stayed around Ravenna, didn't I?
Yeah.
Or no. I've passed by it, but no, don't usually travel this way.
Well, I got a tip for you. You're going towards Lavenza. Once you hit Gojamar, if you kind of swing north of Rocca di Malunza, it's the fort west of Lavenza. If you kind of swing north of there and stick to the coast, you can avoid having to pay any sort of import fees. You see, Rocca di Malunza, the castellan of that particular castle, he's a bit heavy-handed with delivering tariffs and customs fees, so you may want to swing wide of its radius.
You don't have any toll roads or anything in that direction to catch those people?
Oh yeah, they got things like that. In fact, you got a map or something?
I don't think it's specified, but I assume so.
You may just be going off your memory if you don't have one.
Let me see.
And like roadsides and stuff.
It wasn't one of the things that I was given an option to buy, so I didn't know if it was a standard thing.
No. You'd probably just be going off road signs and the like then.
Okay. No, I don't.
All right, well then, and he'll lay out like town village by village, essentially the route that he recommends. He'll say like go Jamar, then like up along the coast, and then once you reach the coast, follow the beach to Luvenza. And he'll also indicate, Gojamar, they charge a bit too much, but there's this lovely camping site just a little bit past Gojamar. It's down near a creek, nice open camping grounds, lovely stuff.
I see. What about you? You get much work in this area?
Oh, there's work here and there. I'm mostly in the east, but, last employer left me here. This is where he kind of stopped his route, so looking for a good blade.
Is it generally more dangerous around here?
No, it's safe around here. Until you get east of Arland, you're probably fine.
Have you seen any particular merchants coming through here for armor or weapons?
No, I think the garrison's pretty well stocked.
I see.
Are you a weapons merchant?
And armor, mostly armor at the moment, but yes.
Well then, for a bit of coin, I do know a place that's in need.
I think she'll do an insight check just to see if he seems like it's actually something that he has, or if it's more just like I'm just trying to make money.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just trying to make money. Respect. I mean, he's smiling, he's like laughing, he's like, yeah, I know a place. I mean, it's obvious that he's trying to get something from this interaction. That 1 pence for your beer was an investment, damn it.
Yeah, I think to just get a better idea of the prices around here, she'll take him up on the offer.
All right. Well, wait, I'll let you wait for how much you think it's worth after I give you the information, but I expect you to be fair.
She'll nod.
Well, I heard that over in Forteza de Harland, the fort east of Lavenza, I heard that the castellan's in desperate need of some functioning weapons. Something about a leak in the armory, making the staves of all the spears kind of like rotted and ruined.
Do they sell weapons here?
Here in Esmelia?
Yes.
I don't think so. I mean, there's no weaponsmith in town. I guess you could try to convince the quartermaster to sell you them, but I don't know. I don't know if anyone's tried.
You don't know any places in between here and Forteza?
Well, there's Lavenza, of course.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend going to Melazuna, though. You really want to take that coastal route if you're trying to avoid the tariffs that castellan does.
Fair enough. What's like typical for how much you would normally pay for like information?
It really depends on like the money-making opportunity. If he's saying that they're in desperate need of weapons, that's not super useful to you because you don't have a cargo of weapons. So,
I mean, but if I can pick them up at Luvenza at a steady rate, then I might be able to flip it.
True. So it's kind of up to you to like weight the probabilities and all that stuff. I mean, minimum would be like 5 pence, because that's like $5, but $20, $100, those could all be reasonable if you think the information is worth it. If you think it's a huge money-making opportunity, which it could be if you manage to get a full stock of weapons, it could be even be a gold.
Yeah, let me check something real quick.
Sure. It's also about establishing your reputation as a merchant. If you're known to be generous, then you're more likely to get people who actually do know real shit to give you information. Not to say that his isn't real, just that it's probably very vibes-based.
I'll give him 20 pence.
Okay, yeah, he'll take the silver, nod and say thank you, and he'll depart.
I want to see if there's anyone. I doubt it, but like any merchants that seem like they're peddling either armor or weapons.
So there's 2 merchants currently in this bar, and just by like general demeanor, you can tell what each of them sell. One of them is pretty obvious because he literally has a hat on that like advertises it. He has a feather hat, and it looks very nice. In fact, all of his clothing looks very nice, which means he's likely a textile merchant. Like, he's literally a walking advertisement for the stuff he sells. It's the vibe you get, because either he's really, really rich, which he doesn't seem to be, or, you know, he's a textile merchant. The other one you can't exactly tell. Yeah, he's talking to another person about goats at the moment, but I mean, he didn't have a bunch of goats in his cart. Those make noise. So you're not sure.
No. Supply for animals. I don't think I'm really translating those. Clothing, Luvenza. There's a fair bit more demand, but I don't think it's worth it, so. No, I don't think I'll strike up conversation with either of them. I think the current plan is to check weapon prices in Luvenza and then hopefully flip it at that next town the guy mentioned.
All right. Well,
Once I get to Luvenza, I'll hopefully try to see if I can confirm that information that he said and see if anyone else knows about it.
you head out to Anatoly, having secured your cart's position in town. And what's the plan for today? You still got the rest of the afternoon.
I'll go talk with the garrison and see if, because for selling armor to a garrison, is it kind of similar thing where you just kind of just go there and see if they're interested?
Yeah, in this case, instead of a baron, it'd be the local quartermaster, and it'd be a much more formalized process. Like, they would basically inspect the quality, they would need a maker's mark, you would then sign a contract. It's all a lot more, like, formal, because if you do scam them, they need to know so that every fort in the country can basically keep an eye out for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go talk with them and see what they're willing to, if they're interested at all.
Are you taking Anatoly with you?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Anatoly, you've been getting dragged along for all these things. And you're slowly feeling like you're getting a slight insight, though not very much. And this time you're guided towards a fort. I don't know if you've ever been inside of a Stenian fort in your life. I just can't imagine a circumstance when you would have been. You walk across the lower drawbridge. Some folks go forward and begin to pat Sophia down, but find no weapons, and a guard begins to approach you to pat you down.
Okay. Let me check my sheet real quick the way you said that.
I'm just asking questions.
Let me... One sec. DM'd you something.
Responded.
Alright, yeah, I'll let them pat me down.
Yeah. Around your boot, they find a dagger, which they fish out, and around your hip, they find a backup dagger, which they also fish out. The soldier who does it kind of looks at you and says, "Expecting trouble?"
I'd always like to be prepared. I also have a crossbow here.
Sure. That was a bit more obvious. Well, just leave him here. And he kind of puts him on a little table next to the gate.
I'll leave them all there, sure enough.
Yeah. As you cross the courtyard to catch up with Sophia, you did notice your companion had a crossbow and 2 daggers. I mean, obviously you've noticed the crossbow before, it just hasn't really come up. But 2 daggers underneath his robes as well. That guy's well equipped.
It's not that surprising to her, I don't think.
No, I mean, it wouldn't be.
Happened up to this point.
It is normal to have some degree of protection. It's not like it was like a skilled weapon, like a rapier or something. That would raise questions, but I mean, a light crossbow, literally a child can use a light crossbow. So you head inside the quartermaster's hut. Again, much more structured. There's a map on the wall of the various forts around the area, of various supply drops, and even a bit of merchant pricing, though none of it's news to you because you've already been to some of these towns. And as you enter, the quartermaster's assistant will take your name, take your merchanting license, and he'll disappear back into a room. And all he basically learns is that, yes, you are registered under one of the Merchants Guild. That's basically all they can confirm. And then you head into the quartermaster's office. He'll stand up as you enter and say, "Greetings, Miss Turner."
Yes, and your name?
Donovan. Now, you're from the Ravenna Merchants Guild, so I do need to inform you. Your guild is currently under penalty, so we'll have to sell things to you at a slight premium. If there's anything you want, or anything we buy from you also needs to be at a slight discount.
Understandable. But are you looking for any armor? Interested?
I think we're all right. Let me see. Yep, Castellan seems we're doing good. Is this another merchant from your guild?
No, family.
Oh, not a merchant then.
Training to be.
All right, well then, carry on.
And what are you, in terms of selling? What do you have?
Well, we actually got a bit of there's a supply mix-up, and long story short, we got a surplus supplies of both weapons and armor. Now, the weapons are primarily spears, and the armor is, it's just the hauberk, just the chest of a suit of chain.
How about the weapons? You said spears?
Spears, yes.
What's your rate for them?
Well, let's see. 530 pence. We could sell you about 20 of them if you could take them.
I assume I have a general idea since I'm more specialized in weapons and armor.
Indeed, you do. Not only is that rate a bit high, it is also a pretty small quantity of spears, because spears are not that expensive.
How many did you say?
20.
What's the market rate usually?
450 would be a very normal average.
And in more major cities, do they tend to have more stable prices on weapons, or not so much?
Yes, the smaller the place you go to, you're going to get some hyper volatile prices. This is probably, I'd say, mid-range, but yeah, Luvenza, Ravenna, Hampshire, much more normal pricing.
I'm worried with Luvenza being so close to Forteza that it'll either be jacked up or not have a ton of supply, so I think I'll agree to it.
All right, great. He'll sign the contract, which you then need to sign in turn. Normally, he goes and gets a witness, but since Anatoly's here, he'll just kind of flip it around and say, "There's a sign there that you saw that we're both of good minds to sign this document."
I will sign it, and I'm gonna kind of look at and analyze the contract a bit while I'm signing it.
Yeah, as a, this is not your forte, but you were a clerk, which means you can almost instantly assimilate the language that these types of contracts are worded in. It is essentially a financial agreement that they are buying the fixed quantity of spears for the fixed price. It's kind of couched in the legal language that of normal business contracts, despite being a much more short-term type of exchange. It also does mention that if there are any quality problems with the spears, that is not the garrison's fault, and buyer beware. But that's the general gist of it. Oh, it also mentions the penalty.
What's the penalty, but also what's the physical structure of the contract? Is it just Like, how's it made? Is it just like a piece of paper?
Yeah, so the
or what?
penalty is that if the merchant does not cough up their end of the deal, which is payment, they will be sanctioned from one, their guild will be sanctioned, and two, they will never be allowed to buy any or sell anything again within like government-held facilities. And
Government being all of Estenia.
No, I mean, no, because the Regent's Council doesn't actually run all of Estenia. They only run like the forts and the forts, basically.
Okay.
In terms of the structure, yeah, it's just a simple piece of paper, and this is clearly a like printing pressed document that they make, thousands of copies of, and each facility has probably hundreds of them.
Does it have like a seal on it yet?
It does. Yeah, this one would be stamped by the castellan of the garrison in advance and just trusted to the quartermaster to fill them out.
Okay, yeah. I'll take note of the seal.
Okay, yeah, it's a pretty distinctive seal. Once the contract is signed, the quartermaster's assistant will guide you, Sophia, to the armory, and he'll basically hand you over a bundle of 20 spears. They're long ashwood spears with little iron heads, pretty standard by Estenian standards. Also pretty long, but that, again, pretty standard by Estenian standards.
There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary in terms of damage or quality.
No, I mean, they're actually charging you above market rate, so it makes sense that they're at least, like, normal quality.
Okay, how much money was that?
In total, that cost you 10 gold, 8 electrum.
Okay.
A cheeky little 10 grand investment.
Anatoly will probably be the first time that he sees me pull out an actual reasonable amount of money.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you had over 10 golden dragons. Once all the contracts are worked out, you deposit the spears into the back of your cart. It looks like you're about to arm like a local militia because it's 20 sets of leather armor, 20 spears, and like 3 chain, which is like that is actually enough for like a full town militia. You can find a town that like every adult male died and they need a new militia, you'll be set.
I'm hoping that means I will get a good sale on all this stuff in Forteza de Harland.
Yeah, if you want to truly diversify as a weaponsmith, you would know that spears are a bit of a specialized weapon. I mean, specialized insofar as you can't just give a random person a spear and have them use it properly. They can use it well, but like a crossbow is a true everyman's weapon. They're a lot more expensive though. But literally anyone could be given a crossbow.
Yeah, Luventa is where I'm going to look for more diversification.
Yeah, there you could probably get anything. Battle axes, longbows, all that shit, like specialized weapons as well. Okay, well, do you want to press on and travel through the night, or are we staying here in Fortada? Ismelio.
The fact that we're going to have to go along the coast...
Have to is a strong word.
He said not to stop in Godramir, right?
Yeah, he said that you should stop by a river with a nice camping site.
So are we at the strange man in a bar?
I'm just confirming, instead of Godramir, that's what he said?
Yes, instead of Godramir, yeah.
Okay. Then, yeah, we will most likely stay here, because we will... Well, unless we want to camp out, but... How long is that? I wanted to go...
Yeah, I mean, so you could probably travel another 8 miles in daylight today, so...
Yeah, I think we'll set up for the night then.
Alrighty. Well, you've already paid for a room here in Ismelio, so that's fine. And you can head over. Anatolia, I think you got lots of energy in you. I mean, basically all you did was sit on the cart while Sophia guided it and then carried out some financial transactions. And you're in a half-decently sized city. Is there anything... What would you do to pass the time as before you get sleepy today?
Well, I don't have any money.
Sophia?
I don't have any money. So it's not a bad idea. I'll go, I'll ask Sophia for some money.
Yeah, as you guys are walking back to the tavern that you're staying at, you can kind of like gently grab her shoulder and pause her.
Yes.
I would like some money if that is possible.
For what, might I ask?
I'm not sure yet. I figured it was worth keeping some on me if I'm going to be spending it anyways.
she'll probably just let out a long sigh and then give a little bit. She'll give probably like 20 copper pieces.
Sure, why not?
Sure. Huge.
What kind of stuff we got in town?
Well, since it is a town of about 700 people plus the garrison, you have every facility, but there's only one of them. So there is a single shrine, there is a single inn, there's a single normal bar for like locals, there's a single restaurant in town, a single Fletcher, a single Bower, a single like almost anything you can think of, there's a single one. There's probably also a single brothel, but it doesn't advertise itself as such for obvious reasons.
Yeah. I will go to the single bar where all the normies hang out.
Alrighty. You head inside and your ears are immediately assaulted by the drunken slurs of locals. Slurs in their speech, not the words they're using. It seems primarily be
out there.
True. Yeah. It seems to primarily be the local guards, like the local soldiers that attend this bar, along with some local women. They're already singing drinking songs, Estenian, like nationalistic drinking songs, you know, battle tales of the Hampshire Crusade and the defense of Harwood and the brave acts of Sir Galahad and many such stories. And they're drinking, having a lovely time.
I'm gonna ask one of them that's singing about the Hampshire one. Were you part of the crusade?
Yeah, there's you're talking like a 25 or 26-year-old man, and he's like midway through singing the song, and he hears you say that, and he kind of breaks off from the woman he was singing it with and says, "Sorry, what was that?"
Were you part of the crusade against Hampshire?
Oh, I fought for the Countess of Luvenza.
Yes. Well, how was it? What happened?
Good sport, good shout. You see, other than they had those little fire sticks, but other than that, the halflings, we made short work of them. Siege was quite quick. I made a small fortune, managed to get myself half a dozen of their feet, sold them on the open market afterwards. I mean, there was this whole glut and all that stuff, but I still made a pretty penny.
What are the fire sticks that you talk about?
Oh, you know those things they have, powder sticks is another name for them, That's what I know. That's the name I know for them.
Eric's, have I heard of these?
Nope.
No. What do they do?
They explode. Fire out these little round balls.
Huh. How little?
Real small. I mean, maybe half an inch.
They move faster than an arrow, then?
Much faster than arrow. You can't even see them. They make this cracking noise. Apparently, I heard they got them from Al Sarah. Southerners.
Yes. Well, thank you for your time.
Of course. And they'll go back over to the woman and they'll sing of, "Oh, the gates did fall," and they'll return to their drinking song of the Siege of Hampshire.
Yeah, other than that, I'm just gonna go walk around town, and unless anyone solicits me.
Yeah, I think, as you walk around Portada de Esmelio, I think this is not the most degenerate city you've ever been in. There are far greater claims to that fame. I mean, Luvenza, Ravenna, basically every city you've ever been in, really. But there is a certain, concentration. I mean, this city is like 3 streets, and yet every type of physical debauchery that people engage in is just everywhere. There are people doing fire moss laying on the street. There are people doing health, losing their fucking minds. There are shanty towns. All the kind of evilness of flesh that people engage in, and the depravity of Entropos is just, it's so obviously present in the town like this. There is only sickness and rot, and not an ounce of spiritual health.
There's no refuge. What about that little shrine you mentioned? Is there anything redeeming there?
It's a shrine of the Order of the Flaming Sword, so the only thing inside is a burning fire and an inquisitor.
Yes. Unfortunate. Yeah, I suppose I'll go back to Sophia then.
Yeah, I mean, this is emblematic of most of your trips outside of the very narrow confines of familiar places. Most of the world seems to be like this. And Sophia, you have basically the whole evening in Esmelio. What would you like to do? Think there's any more information to be gleaned?
I don't think so.
Fair enough. Well, as you wind down for the evening, are you eating dry food or are you paying for the local slop?
Probably just. I think local slop will be fine, just because I want to save money save dry stuff for on the road. Especially if we're going to camp out on the coast here soon.
-8 rations. And probably not 8 rations, 8 pence. Right, yeah, you ate 8 days of food. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, you guys.
So is that the food we had on hand, the dry food, or
the dry food is the rations, but since he's paying pence, then you're just eating like the food provided by them.
Is that more expensive than rations?
No, actually, it's cheaper because rations cost, I believe, 60 pence per.
I see that. Yeah. Huh,
yeah,
interesting.
Because it's a lot of processing to get it dried. All right, you guys get some sleep at Esmelio, and the next day, traveling can begin. It's pretty early in the morning. A kind of mist is hanging over the fort. The city, this fort ends earlier than most cities does, but it also starts a lot earlier than most cities do. There are like soldiers already patrolling the streets by dawn, meaning they woke up before dawn. Like the bakery is already beginning to prepare things, and by the time you get down to your cart, one of the other merchants already left, which means he left before dawn even started. Are we going to follow the advice of the mercenary?
I think it's a good idea, yeah.
So we're going to aim for, since we have 20 miles of travel in us today, we're going to aim for the camping spot east of Godremer. It'll take the entire day to get there.
Yep, that's the plan.
Okay. The two of you begin to travel across the countryside, and there are changes beginning to take in the terrain.
I am going to ask Sophia, what do you think of places like that?
What do you mean?
Do you enjoy being there? Do you like the people, how they behave?
I don't really think of it as a particularly good or bad thing. It's just another place to get information and sell and buy wares. Most of the time they seem to be more consistent on weapons and armor, either buying or selling if they are interested at all. So it's usually a good place to either stock up or flip if I have anything that they need.
Do you not have any values besides making money?
That's mostly what a merchant is, so not particularly. Those types of people that
But
you meet there don't tend to be great for long-lasting relationships.
But this money you're trying to make, does it serve any goal? Or are you just making it for itself?
I mean, helps with the debts that I have and keeps food on the table.
The debts that you have, they came because you tried to make money, did they not?
That was outside my norm of what I do. So I learned my lesson from that.
It sounds like the norm of what you do is aimless either way.
She'll shrug.
Are you religious in any way? What do you believe about how we got here? Do you believe you have any purpose?
Not any more than anyone else.
You don't seem to think about these things at all.
Don't tend to need to.
I suppose you will be that way.
Just live each day best I can. Try to make enough to put food on the table.
You won't be able to eat one day, you know.
And when that day comes, then I will know I've done everything that I could.
I won't say anything else.
I don't know if you need to. Well, the terrain of Astenia begins to change, and the conversation for the rest of the day is quite quiet, as in there is none. In terms of camping outdoors, I believe you do have a tent. It's a 2-person tent, right?
Let me go check. Yes.
It'll be a bit tight, but you always plan for having an extra person on the off chance a traveler comes, because like you said when you donated that random pent to like the person, it is just like random road kindness often has paid itself off in your experience. Not always, of course, but many times. Just being kind to a random person, typically, especially if they have any information. So you have an extra bedroll for Anatoly when he needs it. And the terrain begins to change. Both of you are familiar with the nature of this change because you've both been to Luvenza before. It starts to get distinctly more Mediterranean. It's going to get warmer. Once you get to like Luvenza proper, you probably won't even hear like rain, or certainly won't snow that much. And by the time you get to Hampshire, you'll essentially be in the savannah, the transitionary period between that and the Great Desert. So this is probably going to be your last day of like miserable kind of northernish weather along the Midland Sea. But eventually, you do get to the site he was talking about, and it's relatively obvious because it's not one site, it's this entire creek. You don't know the name of this creek because you've never really stated it before, but as he indicated, both the western side of the creek, which is where you are, is very easy to camp at. There is ample room, especially for your kind of setup, and you have areas to water the horses. And after traveling 22 miles, which takes the better part of almost 9 hours of travel, they are glad to have it. They instantly start to gulp down river water. And we can remove a day's ration as you guys begin to make camp.
Does it seem like I'm mostly doing things, or does it seem like he's familiar with setting stuff up?
That's a good question. Has Anatoly ever made camp before?
This one actually, kind of, but it's a very bare bones camp he's only made.
Oh. I don't know. Well then, he helps you collect stones for the fire and help set up the tent. These seem to be skills that he's vaguely familiar with. And eventually you guys got yourself a nice little campfire going. You bake some of your, boil some of your dry rations into a stew, which you begin to turn about until you get some, kind of hardtack that's edible. It's not tasty, but, it's edible. And soon enough, early evening begins to come. The horses finish watering and you place blankets and tarps over them. You make sure that everything's taken care of. And are you guys planning on taking shifts or just both sleeping in the tent?
Let me double check the map real quick. Where are we at right now?
You guys are currently at where I'll remove, but yeah, it is the blue dot. But I'll remove the red dot. I was just marking the path he recommended.
It's probably better for me to take first shift, him to take second shift, since I'll be the one mainly driving, and it's going to be a long drive tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Sophia, you take the first shift. It's pretty boring. You don't often, again, you almost never camp out in the wilderness, so you're certainly not used to these sorts of things. And you end up taking the first shift. And it's pretty damn boring. What do you do to entertain yourself?
Probably mostly just...
Yeah. You don't have a book. You don't have another person to talk to.
Might just use my dagger to carve a stick, just kind of pass the time.
Okay. You begin to carve into a shape, and I would like you to make a Constitution check.
Constitution.
Alrighty. You managed to stay awake well. And now make me a perception check. Alrighty. Can you roll something? Okay. Out in the darkness, towards the land, so not on the other side of the river, but towards the land, you hear kind of like whispering from the bushes. The bushes are about 60 feet away, so the whispering, not so much a whisper. It's pretty damn loud.
I won't immediately show that I noticed them, but I want to... am I facing towards the bush, or do I have to, like, turn around?
You currently have your back to the bushes. You're sitting
How
next
close
to the
is it?
campfire. Like I said, they're about 100 feet away. Or sorry, 60 feet away.
2 feet away. Okay.
Yeah, and you're not even hearing a single word. You're just hearing, like, the sps of the, like, the whispering itself.
And when does my shift end?
Not for, like, another 4 hours. It's, like, just after sundown.
Okay. I think she'll kind of make it like a little bit obvious, but like do a really big yawn, kind of do like a generic look around and see like, well, seems like it's safe enough, and then just go to head towards the tent.
Okay. You begin to walk over to the tent. There's no immediate reaction. You poke your head inside. Anatoly is laying vampire style, completely asleep.
She's going to stir him and then cover his mouth whenever she does.
All right. He will wake up. He'll look, kind of shoot daggers at you, I guess.
She'll put a finger to her lips, like quiet, and then she'll put up the symbol of, or she'll like lean down and whisper, "There's somebody nearby."
What do we do?
I don't know what their intentions are, but we should be ready for at least the next 20-30 minutes and see what they do.
Outside of the tent, you can hear one of your horses whinny.
Sounds like they're bandits and robbers.
You can hear the stamping of hooves, and your other horse begins to whinny as well.
We won't be able to get away, so just prepare yourself, and then she'll leave the tent.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll get out of the tent.
Yeah, the two of you step out, and you see 3 men wrangling one of your horses. The horse is kind of pulling against it as they pull on his reins, but that's not what really concerns you. I mean, the 3 men are like dirt poor. They have barely any equipment. It's the 4 guys holding weapons. None of these are like proper weapons. 2 of them are holding scimitars. Still though, those are like swords. Another one is holding a spear, and another one's holding some sort of strange looking like wooden contraption. They're not immediately attacking or anything like that, but they do. The one holding the strange contraption kind of lifts it up and points it at you and says, "Well, looks like you got real unlucky camping here tonight. Where'd you come from?"
I lost the map because we're here, so just whatever the name of this.
We came from the Fortada.
Ah. Well then. No need for this to get bloody at all. Just hand over your coin, your horses, any supplies you got in the cart, and we'll be on our way.
Why should we do that?
Well, we'll kill you otherwise.
You can have the rest, but at least leave the horses.
You got some sort of attachment to them or something?
We're a long ways away from the next town.
That's sort of the point. Roll persuasion check.
Cage. Persuasion.
He kind of looks into your eyes. We'll leave you a couple rations so you don't starve. Now then, cough it up. The 3 men kind of succeed in beginning to pull the horse from the ground into the darkness. and one of the men will step forward with a spear and kind of like level it towards you, not like he's about to stab you, but just kind of like poking in your general direction.
How are my coin purses like set up?
They can be set up however you want. The answer is they're probably dispersed all across your body for pickpockets and general, like, there's just no reason to have all your shit in one place, but...
I'm going to... Which is that? 37, 20... I'll give the copper pouch.
Yeah, you hand over the copper coin purse, and the guy looks inside. He tosses it back to the leader, and the leader kind of clicks his tongue in disappointment. And he says, "All right, we're going to go it that way then." And he gestures, and one of the men climbs up and begins to look into the cart, seeing the supplies within. Another one begins to walk around the fire, like keeping his scimitar gripped.
Whenever he says that, I'll say, "Most of my money's in that cart there."
I guess we'll see about that. And one of the men begins to approach you, Anatoly.
All right, I'll move to this other square, but I won't stop him.
Sure. He'll reach out towards your waist and begin to feel for any sort of coin purse. He keeps it half an eye on you to make sure that you don't do anything silly. And another one will approach Sophia and begin to do the same to her. He'll start to feel your waistband, looking for further coin purses. That's literally the last place you will ever put a coin purse because it's the most obvious. But I think your panic's starting to rise because if he searches a lot, he is going to find them all. There's just no way you can hide little bags of metal on your person well.
Let me check something on my sheet.
Okay.
Damn it, let me DM you something.
Okay. The tension heightens. The man on the cart lifts up one of the spears and begins to twirl it around. Wait, let me double check that, Jackson, but I think what I sent you is correct. Yeah, it is correct.
Does it seem like he's being super thorough with both me and...
Well, so yeah, the one searching Anatoly less so, because Anatoly does not look like the brains of this operation. It's just, relatively obvious. He didn't step out of the tent first. He wasn't on watch. He doesn't seem to... Also, they seem to, yeah, the one searching Anatoly is not as thorough, but the one searching you is now going to be a bit more thorough. He manages to find your silver pouch, which is one of your less hidden ones, and he lifts it up, looks inside, and then grins and tosses it over to the leader, who looks at the bag and says, "Ah, I knew you were hiding something. You're a clever girl. You must have been a merchant for some time now."
I have a little bit left over for the next town, but there you go.
We'll see. And the horse fully disappears into the darkness. The whinnying fades, and the leader of the group says, "Look, I hope you don't view us as too cruel. You know, these are hard times we've come upon. We're not going to kill you or anything like that."
It's much appreciated to escape with our lives.
Of course. He looks over at the one at Anatoly. "You found anything?" The man shakes his head, and he kind of looks a bit confused. "You there?
Yes?
You don't have any coin in you at all?"
No. You're welcome to come search yourself.
Do you spend all my copper?
Oh, that's right.
They have, the guy searching you hasn't found that copper. He's not looking particularly well. The leader will shrug. I mean, he's not particularly worried about it. And this one will climb the axle, and they begin to root around the back, looking for if there's false boards or anything like that. And the leader will look at the one that's searching you, Sophia. He's starting to be a lot more thorough now that he found the silver pouch, which was hidden in your boot. He starts to pat individually along each section of your pants. Luckily, he's not going to find it there because your actual valuable purse is really well hidden. It's stitched into the back of your shirt. So unless he starts getting up to the torso, then you should be fine. But he's probably going to get there eventually. It's only...
Are any of them looking at me in the dark?
No. These two are looking at Sophia. These two are looking at the cart, and the ones that were leading away the horse, you're not sure where they went.
All right, one sec. DM deal.
Okay, Sophia, make a dexterity saving throw.
No, not.
I know what you meant. The fire comes alive. Like a roaring dragon, the flames lift up, and immediately everyone around the area looks in horror. The flames extend much, much further as the flame roars with energy. And you can see out to the area, out to the rest of the creek and the surrounding area as the three men guide away your horse. The man next to the fire looks up in horror as the flame lifts up and then descends down upon him, attempting to essentially eat him. And while he's not devoured by the flames, because it is not a dragon, he does get set afire and instantly begins to scream. And we're not going to roll into combat because they're not even viewing this as combat. They're just horrified by what's happened. This man begins to back away. The two on the cart spin around and look for the attacker. The man that's on fire begins to sprint towards the water in a sort of meandering path. And Sophia, you rolled the dex save because that fire like exploded upwards and then descended down onto the man. What is your reaction to this in the short term, like in the first 3 or 4 seconds?
I think it is definitely genuine fear, but she's going to take it as an opportunity to try to back up and store the coins that she has.
Yeah, do you just like take it off out of the back of your satchel and just like toss it into the bushes or something? What's the plan?
Yeah, I think that's probably the easiest. Either that or like hide it in the corner of the tent or something like that.
Okay, sleight of hand with advantage because they are all very distracted.
Sleight of hand.
Now, it's not particularly stealthy, and clearly one of the men on the cart spots you, but the leader runs over to the water, leaping in, dousing out the flames. And Anatoly, would you like to do anything else?
Looking through my sheet.
As slowly they're beginning to get over the initial shock, and one of the men on the cart kind of levels a spear towards Sophia, and he says, "You fucking witch!"
Uh-oh.
I'll give you one last chance before we roll into.
I'm looking through my sheet.
I know.
How far away? This is all
Pretty close.
I'm working on it.
We're gonna roll into initiative.
All right.
Alrighty. Well, that is.
Would message have to be in my voice?
Yeah.
Tragic.
Indeed. All right, Dota and Jackson.
Initiative.
Indeed, initiative.
All right, you won't get in combat. If you get in combat, you fucked up.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
For the record, I said taking this path was a bad idea.
The men with the horse, like, this is clearly not a unified group of, like, we are all bandits and we are in a crew together. This is a group of opportunists that briefly bound together. The three men who have your other horse, one of them mounts up, the other one, like, gets onto the other back, and the other one just starts to sprint off into the darkness. There's no loyalty amongst these thieves. They just steal your horse. The rest of them, though, they have, like, a degree of kinship. But Anatoly, you act before any of them.
Okay, so I can try and fearmonger them. Let's see what we got.
See what we got.
Do I want to use a spell slot? Or just firebolt?
As I said, this is very high lethality. I think they can kill you in like one hit with a crit, so.
Yes. Let me look at it for a sec.
30-second turns.
Yeah, I haven't done combat in ages.
No,
so
I know,
I've got an
I know.
idea of what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out how to do the cone measurement.
You did combat in a one-shot like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, that's right. That's is that a 15-foot cone?
You'd have to step forward one, but then yeah, that would work.
I assume you know what I'm getting at.
I do, yeah. Anatoly, as you cast Burning Hands, describe what it looks like, not to everyone else here, not to yourself, but through the lens of Sophia.
Like a bunch of fire shoots out of my hands.
Simple enough. You open your hands and flames erupt out of them. Roll the spell.
1 moment. Can I upcast it at level 2?
Certainly can. You raise your hands and flames shoot out of them. One of the men leaps off the cart towards the river and only his backside is singed, but he screams in like agony, like he's dying. The other one burns, like his full body crisps and burns and he falls to the ground screaming in pain. The leader bandit runs. The other bandit beside the tent gets like scrambles off his feet from like still recovering from the initial horror of the flames awakening and sprints off into the darkness. Sophia, I'm not asking you to take a combat action. I'm just asking what your reaction to what just happened is.
Genuine terror for sure.
Are you like on your like? Do you stumble backwards, or are you just watching in like shock horror?
Yeah, like fell back and just like staring in horror.
Okay. The bandit who got into the river, like begins to swim away, but like you can see Anatoly that he was like crippled by the flames that consumed him, and you can hear splashing into the darkness.
He's gonna be dead when I shoot a firebolt at him.
Yeah, as he, the flames of his still burning comrade provides you enough illumination to see the other guy like barely dog paddling across the creek. You're not even sure that he can swim, and it's your turn. Yeah, you lift your finger, you point at him. A thin line, not a bolt, a thin line of flame extends from your fingertip, makes contact with the back of his head, and burns a hole right through his skull, and he falls into the river. Or I guess, slumps. He's already in the river, so he more so slumps, and his body begins to float. And the clearing goes dead silent except for the crackling of the fire.
Well, we should leave.
I think you turn around, Anatoly, and see Sophia looking at you in utter horror.
What are you scared of me for? I'm not the one who attacked us.
Doesn't mean I'm not freaked out by what you're capable of.
What I'm capable of just protected you, and protecting you more by saying we should leave before they go get more people.
Smoke is still curling from the two bodies.
She's definitely still frightened and frantic, but she will grab her coins and start quickly grabbing the few things to pack up and leave.
So there, you are down a couple of things. You are down 50 copper pieces and 2 silver, stolen by the leader who ran away. You're also down a horse, but luckily, since you're not that encumbered, it's not going to cause, well, I'll put it this way. It actually is going to cause problems if you have to do this for a long period, but you can dump a couple barrels tomorrow. For tonight, that's not a problem. So I think I would imagine a bit disassociated, you begin the process of slowly re-hitching your singular horse. And as you try to look away from the smoldering corpse that begins to like dissolve into ash, that is where we'll end the first session of the Soul Train. And we'll pick it up next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.